Today's meeting. Melanie, thank you. Thank you for attending today's meeting of the Santa Rosa City School Board. Opening this meeting Wednesday, April 26, 2023. We will start our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise and remain standing through our land acknowledgement. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. And leading us in our land acknowledgement today is Superintendent Chernell.
Thank you, President Manieri. If you could please stand. We acknowledge the traditional territory and homelands of the Pomo people and Coast Miwok people, whose connection to this land we remember, and whose presence, past, present, and future, we respect. We appreciate the opportunity to live and learn on this land and commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. Let this acknowledgement serve as a reminder of our ongoing effort to support the Indigenous members of our community. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous peoples. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Chernell. Item C3 on tonight's agenda is report of actions taken in closed session. What we have to report is that expulsion case number 22-2336 was not brought forward to the board. Item C4, items considered in closed session for action in open session. We are seeking a motion on student expulsion case number 22-2328.
I move to approve case number 22-2328.
I'll second.
That was moved by Director Flores and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Next is case number 22-2331.
I move to approve case number 22-2331.
I second the motion.
That was moved by Director Flores and seconded by Director McNally. Roll call vote, please.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. And next is case number 22-2332.
I move to approve case number 22-2332.
I will second.
That was moved by Director Flores and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
No.
Director McNally. Aye. Director Medina.
No.
President Manieri.
No. Thank you. That brings us to case number 22-2333.
I move to approve case number 22-2333.
I will second.
That was moved by Director Flores and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Next is case number 22-2334.
Move to approve case number 22-2334.
I will second.
That was moved by Director Flores and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. That concludes item C4. Next is item C5, statements of abstention. Are there
A
statements
quick
of?
point of clarification, just can we get maybe some clarification with what happens with item 2223-32, since it was a typo?
Didn't pass.
Thank
I
you.
don't think. Do you mind repeating that in the microphone?
We will have to consult with legal on what happens next.
Thank you. Item C5, are there any statements of abstention tonight? Seeing none, item C6, adjustments to the agenda. Board or Superintendent Tranel, are there any adjustments that we need to make? I have one adjustment. And so does Director Medina. Okay. Director Medina, would you like to go first?
Yeah, I'd like to pull consent item F9 for discussion.
That was F9.
F9, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And my adjustment is the board have recessed closed session. We plan to reopen closed session after the I items of our agenda, and we will return to open session to report any actions taken. We do need consent of the board to be able to do this. So instead of doing a roll call vote, can we just vote aye if we are in agreement with this?
Aye.
Those in favor vote aye.
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 Any abstentions or no votes? Okay, great. Thank you.
For the audience, we will adjourn or we will recess prior to adjournment. So this will not take place during most of what we will conduct publicly. We'll return for adjournment and report out any actions at the end of the agenda.
Thank you, Director Sheffield. Item C7, special presentations for Student of the Month and Certificated and Classified Employees of the Month. And today we are celebrating Hidden Valley Elementary School and Santa Rosa French American Charter School. And joining us for these presentations, we have Principal Coscarelli from Hidden Valley Elementary School and Principal Anderson from the Santa Rosa French American Charter School. If you'd like to make your way down, you're welcome. Yeah, sure. We will start with Hidden Valley Elementary School, and then we will move on to the Santa Rosa French American Charter School.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to be here. The staff of Hidden Valley Elementary School is pleased to present this award to an outstanding student, Roxanne Roxy Bourdet. Roxy is one of those students whom a teacher feels could be left in charge of the class without a hitch. Her patience and helpful attitude is appreciated by all around her. She loves learning and supports all her classmates in positive ways that encourages them to do their best. She works hard in all subjects and is always engaged and ready to lend a hand to help a teacher or fellow student, a spirit of volunteerism that is present both at school and at home. One of her sixth grade teachers described her as a ray of sunshine. Roxy's first grade teacher recalls that she was a great problem solver and enjoyed completing projects in a variety of media. Roxy has been involved in the school's leadership program for 2 years and is a friend to all. When not focused on her schoolwork, Roxy has plenty of other interests to fill her time. She's played competitive volleyball for the past 3 years. She's played the piano for 8 years and has recently taken up the trombone. She enjoys making wooden models and solving jigsaw puzzles at home, and her mother described her as patient, helpful, and independent. Roxy has been a pleasure to teach and to watch grow and mature over the 7 years she has been with us at Hidden Valley. We are all sorry to see her go, but we also know that her middle school will welcome and appreciate all those qualities that make her such a special person. Roxy's great attitude and positive spirit have made Hidden Valley a better place, and we wish her the very best as she continues on to the next chapter of her education. Congratulations. It is also our honor tonight to have Mrs. Debbie Gonzalez awarded the Santa Rosa City Schools Classified Employee of the Month for Hidden Valley Elementary School. Mrs. Gonzalez has worked at Hidden Valley for 6 years and 14 years for our district as our library technician. Mrs. Gonzalez runs our entire library, which is a main hub for all learning at Hidden Valley. Our library is an exciting and engaging, safe place for students to use their imaginations, explore new areas of learning, and take home books to discover and enjoy. Our students get so excited when they know it's a library day with Mrs. Gonzalez. She works with our students, staff, and parents to support all students and help them achieve their goals. She works closely with our students that are struggling readers to give them confidence and the skills necessary to be strong, confident readers. In addition, Mrs. Gonzalez has been able to build an entire section in our library for our English learner students. And with her help, we just ordered a brand new $6,000 book vending machine to further our students' love of reading. Mrs. Gonzalez is a respected and valued member of our school due to her hard work, professionalism, and true team spirit. She has amazing people skills, communicates often with parents, teachers, and students, and cares deeply about improving the lives of our students. She is a loyal, dedicated, and passionate employee who makes Hidden Valley a great school. She is an asset to our school district and our community. Once again, it is our pleasure to present Mrs. Debbie Gonzalez as the Santa Rosa City Schools Classified Employee of the Month for Hidden Valley Elementary School. Congratulations. Okay. She's coming. Okay. Thank you. And on behalf of Hidden Valley Elementary School, it is our pleasure to award Mrs. Angie Wallace as our Santa Rosa City Schools Teacher of the Month. As a third grade teacher for the past 24 years at Hidden Valley, Mrs. Wallace is well respected by our staff, students, and parents. As a dedicated employee, Mrs. Wallace encompasses all of the qualities of a Teacher of the Month. She is warm and caring. She's a master of her craft, creating a classroom environment that both welcomes and challenges her students to reach their goals. Mrs. Wallace is dedicated to supporting every student. She works hard to improve student morale and creating a positive, caring community atmosphere at our school. In addition, Mrs. Wallace works with our students in need of extra support by providing after-school tutoring. She provides one-on-one time with her students to build success and confidence in both math and reading. Mrs. Wallace also works during the summer in our district summer academy program, helping students from all over the district to gain much needed skills to help them become successful students when they start their next year of school in the fall. Once again, it is our honor and privilege to have Mrs. Wallace as our Santa Rosa City Schools Teacher of the Month. Congratulations.
Hello, Board. Hello, Board. It is my pleasure and honor to announce that Cooper Van Tool is our 2022-23 Student of the Year for Santa Rosa French American Charter School and Student of the Month for Santa Rosa City Schools. When talking to his teachers about Cooper, several themes kept coming up. One theme is his kindness. Cooper is very kind. He is kind to his friends and to the adults at school. He is polite and always thanks his teachers for their support. When he is with his friends, he encourages and supports them to do their best. He has a good sense of humor and always has a positive attitude. His kindergarten teacher remembers Cooper as a quiet presence in the classroom who was always easy to get along with. Another theme that comes up is Cooper's love of learning and enthusiasm in the classroom. He is never afraid to share his thoughts and ideas and always adds to his class discussions. He has a curious mind that will serve him well in his educational endeavors. Cooper is very resourceful and a fabulous problem solver. He sets a good example of the kind of student that exemplifies our school values. Be kind, be safe, be responsible, and be respectful. He is a hard worker and always goes above and beyond and adds his own creative spin to assignments. Cooper loves to draw and is good at it. He has connected to some of his teachers over the years because of his love of all things Star Wars. His fourth grade teacher remembers when he would come to Zoom school dressed up as the Mandalorian. When he grows up, he wants to be a mechanical engineer because he likes to build things and he thinks robots are cool. And as Cooper says, he likes math, so that's in his favor. For fun, Cooper plays soccer and competitive basketball. He is an avid reader. He plays Minecraft and Dungeons and Dragons and has fun painting game figurines. Cooper has been at SR Fax since kindergarten. He is now finishing 6th grade and speaks French. We wish him well next year as he moves to middle school. He has been a great asset to Santa Rosa French American Charter School. Cooper, we're very proud of you. Here we go. Okay, Santa Rosa French American Charter School is pleased and honored to recognize Betty Malfatti as our classified employee of the month. 40 years. 40 years is a long time to work anywhere. But that is what Betty has done. This school year marks 40 years of Mrs. Malfatti serving the students on our campus as a noon duty supervisor, and for many years as lead supervisor. Betty arrives early every day, often delivering freshly baked biscotti and other treats to her colleagues. Her professional attitude is demonstrated in her very put-together outfits, complete with scarves, hats, and jewelry. She greets everyone she meets with a bright smile and always has a positive word. Above all, Mrs. Malfatti places the highest priority on student safety. We were all extremely impressed, but not surprised, how well Betty managed our recent lockdown with an MPR full of TK and kindergarten students. She ensured they followed the protocol to stay safe and kept them emotionally calm. During distance learning, Betty hosted Baking with Betty for the students over Zoom. She provided her recipes in advance, then guided the students in making a variety of delicious baked goods. Needless to say, this was an extremely engaging and popular class. As one colleague stated, she has worked daily for 40 years to ensure student safety and well-being. Betty encourages children to get along and be kind with each other. She teaches she shows love for our staff as well. Wait a minute. She teaches appropriate manners and the responsibilities of caring for our campus and one another. Betty shows love for our staff as well. She wakes up extra early on a regular basis to bake something special to get us through our days. When we ask where she gets her energy, she humbly says she loves to bake and loves to see us enjoy the treats. Betty holds the historical memory of Doyle Park Elementary School and now SRFAX. Her 40 years of dedicated service warrants an award and more. Another coworker said she is very professional and nice with the students and staff. Betty takes care of all the students, treating them with kindness and respect. She is an example to our community. SRFAX is pleased to give this award to Betty Malfatti for her incredible generosity, her smile, her kind words, her tireless involvement, her way of encouraging the little ones and congratulating them for their progress, her patience, and her creativity. I am delighted to announce that Wednesday, May 3rd, will be Betty Malfatti Day at SRFAX. And you are invited to join us at 2 o'clock that day, May 3rd, and I'm sure that we will have something baked to eat. So congratulations on 40 years of outstanding service. Thank you, Betty. Okay. Christelle Carey, Santa Rosa French American Charter School Certificated Employee of the Month. Imagine, if you will, arriving in a new country during a pandemic so that you cannot meet your colleagues or students in person. And now you are tasked with teaching French to 5-year-olds who have never heard the language before, and you do it in an hour a day. This was Christelle Carey's reality in August of 2020. Christelle was not only rose to the challenge, she did it with her trademark smile. Early in her time here, Christelle and the rest of the event committee, including Christelle's husband, Bertrand, figured out a way to celebrate Halloween in the midst of COVID lockdown. They organized a pumpkin giveaway, had the students drop off their jack-o'-lanterns, and created a stunning jack-o'-lantern display in front of the school for our families to drive by and view. All of this from individuals who had never celebrated an American Halloween before. The display continues as an annual tradition. Christelle has been a kindergarten and second grade teacher, as well as co-lead teacher at SRFAX. Her colleagues describe her as loyal and hardworking, always ready to reply or help a coworker. They wish to recognize Christelle for her organizational skills, her constant availability, her team spirit, her knowledge in technology, and her cooking skills. Christelle and Bertrand's cooking enrichment classes were also very popular. The SRFAX staff appreciates Christelle being discreetly helpful to many colleagues and an infinite resource of good advice, but also smiles and good mood. She always tries to please everybody and is extremely efficient. Christelle gives much time to the school and is very serious about her work and her students. As one colleague stated, she is very professional. She considers everyone and anyone at school. She works collaboratively with everybody. The term team spirit means something to her. This is why she is our great lead teacher. Another coworker said she is a sunshine, a precious help, always available and motivated, an important asset for the school and a remarkable colleague. One Christelle is not even enough, and now she's already leaving. SRFAX is pleased to have this opportunity to recognize Christelle Carey as the Santa Rosa City School Board Certificated Employee of the Month for Santa Rosa French American Charter School. Congratulations, Christelle.
Congratulations to our students and our certificated and classified staff once again. At this time, we're going to take a small break so that folks can continue to celebrate and take pictures. And if you'd like to stay for the rest of the meeting, you are more than welcome to. But after a few minutes, we will get started with the rest of our meeting. Thank you. Oh, that's so cute. And now it'll live the web page, the SRCS web page for like 5 months. Yeah. It just keeps. He's his own person. Okay, at this time, we will resume our meeting, and we are on item C8, school site parent organization updates. This evening, we have parent and ELAC representatives presenting to us from Hidden Valley Elementary School and Santa Rosa French American Charter School. We will begin this evening with Alex Suarez and Ann Rice from Hidden Valley Elementary School. Will they be joining us online, perhaps?
Ms. Rice will be joining us online. Mr. Suarez is here in person.
Good evening. My name is Alex Suarez. I am the English Learner Advisory Committee, ELAC, President at Hidden Valley Elementary School. And it is my pleasure to be here. I would like to thank Principal Coscarelli, the members of the board, and Superintendent Turnell for this opportunity. Also, congratulations to the award recipients this evening. Being that we are part of the same community, our EL families do share together in the same successes that Ann Rice, our PFO president, will graciously highlight in a moment, as well as in the numerous requests and concerns. We have had a terrific 2022-2023 school year. The responsibilities of the ELAC committee are the following: advising the principal and staff in the development of the site plan for English learners and submitting the plan to the school site council for consideration of inclusion in the school plan for student achievement, SEPSA. Assisting in the development of school-wide needs assessment. Find ways to increase the awareness of parents and the importance of regular school attendance. In addition, each ELAC committee has the opportunity to elect at least one member to the district level at the English Learner Advisory Committee, or DLAC. For the current school year, our committee has scheduled at least one meeting every month. In spite of our posting, distributing, and sending numerous email reminders, the turnout for our meeting continues to be a challenge. In a few occasions, we have had to reschedule the meetings due to not having quorum. Our group has actively discussed many topics during our meetings. As a required topic, the importance of attendance is one of them. From these discussions, our group has come up and forwarded the following recommendations to the school site council for consideration in the SEPSA. After school tutoring enrichment classes for EL students. Our families feel that our students being English learning students have to work sometimes double or harder than other students. Our families feel that after school tutoring and enrichment classes will greatly improve on the achievement of our students. Second, parent classes and family fun nights. And third, technology, hardware and software specific to EL students. For example, Rosetta Stone or Lexia for English learners, which our PFO has funded over the years. In addition, we feel that the parent and guardian communication and or with the school, with the school can be improved. And lastly, parent education nights, for example, an EL celebration. We know that at the district level, the district is bringing back the EL celebration. And we are also very pleased to announce that we will have our Hidden Valley celebration this year. And I am hoping that the members of the board, Superintendent Tronell, will join us the next Wednesday, May 3rd at 6 p.m. to celebrate our EL families. This year, we welcomed a new family engagement facilitator, FEF. Her name is Patty Zaragoza. Our FEF attends all of our ELAC meetings and has worked very closely with our ELAC committee. As a FEF, Patty has been instrumental in reaching out to our EL families and has encouraged parents to attend our meetings in an effort to increase the participation of our families in our meetings. Patty has also been able to work with several families, helping to translate between therapists or counselors and teachers for improvement and achievement of students, especially with English learners and those who have special needs. In her role, Patty leads the school's needs assessment, and Patty is using the results of the assessment to educate parents on the ELAC program and how to support the children and to be reclassified and of the importance and the benefits of being reclassified. Another of Patty's responsibilities, which directly affects the EL students, is to conduct the LPAC summative test. Our district's EL students vary year to year, with an average of 10 to 15% of our students' population being considered EL students. Out of the 51 students this year, I'm happy to report that 98% of the students have completed the LPAC. Yeah. As one of ELAC's main responsibilities, our school has had representation at the DLAC meetings from not only our FEF attending, but also some of our parents attend. Myself, I have attended many of the meetings. So we always have representation, and we always have our members report back to our ELAC committee during our meetings. So in spite of the many achievements in which we share with the rest of our Hidden Valley community, there's always room for improvement. So I am not going to repeat the list of concerns and requests that our PFO president is going to bring forth, with the exception of one topic. And this is because it hits our EL families differently, and that is school safety. While Hidden Valley is relatively safer than most other Santa Rosa City schools, safety is an increasing concern. Safety is an increasing concern in the minds of our EL families, particularly being that the majority of us are of color, and being that we are the minority and thus disproportionately being impacted by incidents related to safety in our schools the most. This topic resonates with the rest of our EL families in other schools as well. So please consider making this a top priority as safety task forces are formed. With that, I thank you for your time this evening. Our group hopes to continue to work closely with Principal Coscarelli in addressing the needs of our EL students. Have a great rest of the school year.
Thank you, Mr. Suarez. Next, we will hear from Ann Rice, who is joining us online.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ann Rice, and I'm the PFO president at Hidden Valley Elementary. I apologize for not, first of all, thank you to everyone for allowing us to speak tonight. And I apologize for not being there in person, but I'm a little under the weather and didn't want to bring any germs to the public. We have had a great 2022-2023 school year so far. We started the year off with our back to school annual pasta queue dinner, and we had a ribbon cutting ceremony for our new playground. Superintendent Turnell was there along with a few others, and it was a really exciting night for us because we'd spent years fundraising and are so proud that we were able to contribute $100,000 toward our new playground. The kids are loving it, and we hear, you know, how far are we into the school year? 6-7 months into the school year, and the kids are just really enjoying it. So I want to say thank you for that. We also had a successful annual hackathon. We do that in the fall where students run or walk laps to raise money for the school and promote health and wellness. And I should start by saying that obviously the PFO's job is to fundraise for the school. So that's basically what we do, and we do meet monthly. We had a meeting last night. So in addition to the hackathon, we also had our annual, this is the night for adults only. We had our annual auction dinner dance, which is fun for us parents to have a night, you know, a fun night out, where we bid on lots of different auction items that are donated. And it's usually a very big success for our school as well. So we're really happy about that. Those events allow us to raise funds for art and technology in the classroom, and so many other things. We also have monthly dine and donates that we are held at various different restaurants throughout Santa Rosa. So we like to support local businesses, and then they support us by giving us a percentage of that evening or that day's sales. So that's been really successful for us. We also try to balance the fundraising with some fun. So we have some family fun nights. In the fall, we did one at Snoopy's ice rink that was pretty well attended. And then we had another one at Cal Skate this spring that was a little less attended. And our last one, which is really exciting, coming up on May 11th. If any of you want to come, please join us. We student leadership actually is putting on this event, and it's going to be like a jumpy house all over the school, and some food trucks, and student leadership is putting that on, and they're very excited to do so. So we thank you for that opportunity as well. We have an art docent program where students create art. They're led by outside instructors, and that's one of the things that our fundraising goes to. We love art, we love supporting art, and the kids have been really, really happy with that. We also hold a fall and a spring book fair. Obviously, the kids love that. More books, more reading. In the past, due to COVID, we had stopped having additional hours. So we weren't having lunchtime, we weren't having evening hours, and we brought that back this year, which was very, very successful. And our spring book fair, which just closed a week ago, was probably the most successful one we've had to date. So nice to see families coming out and supporting. One of our favorite things that we do at our school is we have a food pantry program. This is a monthly distribution to roughly 30 of our families in need. We're really, really proud of this program, and also for the holidays, what we do is we have a giving tree where families can come and, you know, purchase. They take one of the little trees off the the big beautiful tree that Missy has out for everyone, and it says what a certain kid would like for Christmas. And we are able to have a bunch of our families purchase holiday gifts for families in need who may not have otherwise had many gifts. So this is definitely one of our favorites and makes everyone feel good. Another exciting thing happening is our Odyssey of the Mind. We have a team of 6 students and 2 coaches this year who were all brand new to Odyssey that placed first at the regional competition in Sacramento and then second at state competition in Brentwood. That qualified them for the World Finals in Michigan in May. This is the first team in over 9 years from our school to make it to Worlds, and the youngest students. So we're super duper proud of that. My son is on the team, and Michigan, here I come. So very exciting. We also have our STEAM lab, we also call it our Makers Lab at school, is up and running. One of our goals is to start supplying it with more equipment for a more successful experience for the kids. But this has really been something that they haven't had before and are really excited about. So we'd like to see them be able to use that more. One of the things we'd also like to see is maybe some more clubs available for our high achieving students, such as a robotics club. I heard the student from the French American school saying he loved robots and so forth. So that would be a fun thing that we would like to see maybe more at our school. So we always talk about what a wonderful community we have at Hidden Valley. It's definitely evident in all of the amazing things we're able to accomplish to better the student school experience throughout the year. Definitely a family there and grateful for it. And I just want to say, while we've had a great year and many accomplishments, there's just some concerns that we hope will be addressed. One thing is our blacktop was damaged when portables were brought onto the Hidden Valley campus after the fire. And we are hoping, if you are there, you can see it's bumpy in places, it's cracked in others. So for students and teachers and most of these students who are out running and playing, it can be a tripping hazard. So that's something that we would love to have looked at. And in addition, if the blacktop were reskimmed, resurfaced, whatever the correct terminology is, we would love to repaint like hopscotch, 4 square courts. You can barely see the lines. We have teacher lineup lines for the students, and that's something that we would love to take care of, but obviously we don't want to repaint them on the current blacktop. There's also a damaged stair outside our amphitheater in front of the school office that needs to be fixed, and it's been in the queue for a while. Our outdoor lunch seating area is directly in the sun. I don't know if you've been to the campus and you see where the bleachers are, but it's direct sunlight for the students. So oftentimes it's too hot for them to be able to sit. So we'd love to see a shade structure. Our basketball courts are in need of repair. So just asking that you guys might devote some attention, resources, and funds to fix these important issues. Another topic is school safety, and I hope I can get through this without crying. There's an increasingly urgent situation, which you guys all know. And while I understand more resources and efforts are being directed at middle and high schools, I just ask that you don't forget about the elementary schools. Watching the news, obviously there's a lot of incidents that happen at elementary schools as well. Our school isn't gated. We have many points of entry at Hidden Valley, and we also back up to a public park. Our office isn't the first point of entry for the school. So I just love for you guys to consider these items as you move forward with school safety task force and so forth. I greatly appreciate your time this evening. Thank you so much for the ability to speak, and I would like to wish you all a happy, healthy, and safe rest of the school year.
Thank you, Anne. And now we have representatives from the Santa Rosa French American
You guys hear us now? Thank you.
So they could hear it, yeah.
Great. It looks like we've resolved the issue. So sorry, Mr. Wolf. Please continue.
Sure, no problem. It's easier when we're all just in person only sometimes, but that's how it goes. So sorry, I was just saying we have a super involved crew of parents that have jumped in this year and been excited to jump back in to support the school through fundraising efforts, student activities, community building events, parent donations and fundraising efforts to support things such as visas for our teachers, many of whom come from France, come from outside the country and need that extra support when they come here. Donations support classroom and student supplies, tutoring, after-school enrichment opportunities, field trips, and the school's French accreditation, and quite a few other things as well. So this year, we kicked off the year with our annual back-to-school family picnic over at Doyle Park. We had a successful family giving fundraising campaign. We're also able to hold again our annual Grant to Teachers Wish campaign, which started on Giving Tuesday, just after Thanksgiving and ran through December. It's a fun event that allows teachers to post a wish list of special supplies that they might not otherwise be able to have in the classrooms. They also get input from the students in doing this, and their wishes are fulfilled by parents through various donations and efforts. And it's a great way that we found that engages the parents earlier in the school year, specifically with the teachers and with the students into the classrooms. We've also had many community events throughout the year, such as our school's 10-year celebration, which we've mentioned a little bit more earlier. We had our annual Carnival dinner and auction night, which was a success, a great turnout of the family communities there and fundraising, of course. Just recently, this past weekend, we had a Family Earth Day event on campus with a bike rodeo and a number of other things to engage families and students around Earth Day. We've had multiple dine and donate evenings at restaurants across town. And similar to Hidden Valley, we've had skate nights over at Snoopy's Ice Arena, as well as Cal Skate and many other events that have been going on. Parents have also gotten very involved, helping out in the cafeteria, growing and maintaining the school garden, chaperoning field trips, and other volunteer opportunities. And we're now getting ready for several end-of-year community building events, which include our much anticipated student talent show, which is coming up in a couple of weeks here. It's always a big hit, and everyone's on campus is very excited to get this going again. And we have an end-of-year festival for the students and a family potluck and a teacher appreciation dinner all coming up in the next several weeks here as the school year closes out. Of course, there are challenges and concerns too, but there's a lot to be grateful right now. And it's not often that we take time to highlight just the good things. So I think with that, I'm gonna leave it and thank you for your continued support for the program. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all of the parent representatives who took the time to share all of these wonderful updates with us. And for those who shared your concerns, thank you for sharing them too. We are definitely listening. So thank you again. Next, we will move to item C9 on our agenda, public comment on non-agenda items. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to the board on non-agenda items only. Speakers will have 2 minutes each to share with us their public comment. I will read blue cards first, and then we will move to our remote attendees. And I have one blue card, and this is from Will Lyon.
Good evening, President Manieri, and members of the board and members of our community. I'm Will Lyon. I am an English teacher at Santa Rosa High School, where this week all sophomores were required to take the pre-ACT test in their English and world history classes. I know that requirement is coming from a good place. And I am respectfully requesting that this be the last year we force sophomores to take this outdated, racist, corporate data grab test that provides no feedback for teachers or our district. The ACT and the SAT are no longer required to get into most colleges and universities, including California state colleges and universities, who will no longer even consider SATs or ACTs for college acceptance or scholarships because they were determined by them to be racist? Why are our students practicing to take a racist test that California colleges won't consider? This practice test is a huge pull on our people, time, and treasure. It took 4 class hours this week, finishing tomorrow, to proctor the test, plus all the man hours for logistics, from site admin to teachers to classified staff. Multiply that across the district. These tests do not administer themselves. Add the cash money per student, estimated at $75,000 district-wide, to the College Board Corporation, which is also mining data from our students for who knows what. Add the opportunity costs of teaching and learning, and this is a very expensive check mark for a spreadsheet that very few people will read.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon. That's 2
Are
minutes.
we doing 2 minutes?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon.
We'll go ahead and move to our online.
Did you know the time wasn't on?
I did not. Is that something we need to fix?
I believe the time was going.
Okay,
I
I
can
didn't
double
see it.
check.
I apologize.
We will move to our remote attendees. Thank you.
If there are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to make a public comment on a non-agenda item, please raise your hand at this time. There will be a 2-minute timer. Our first speaker is Margaret Boone.
Good evening. I just wanted to talk about A through G. At our staff meeting today, we had a conversation about at Montgomery, disproportionality in grades and higher level course enrollment is significant. Students of color not earning A through G, who are failing and not enrolling in higher level courses as their white peers. And I know that was really the point of A through G, was to help our students of color, in particular Hispanic students who had been being tracked into remedial classes. And so if it's not accomplishing that goal, that would be something really important for us to know. So I'd love to see some kind of report on that, some data around that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't go to the staff.
Our next speaker is Adina Flores.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. I just wanted to give everybody a quick update that our State Treasurer, Fiona Ma, is currently under investigation with the Fair Political Practices Commission. As I tried to tell this board and the district many, many months ago, Ms. Fiona Ma is invested in Johnson & Johnson, the pharmaceutical company, and she also receives gifts from Pfizer, which is why this narrative has been pushed onto the entire population. As you all already know, I'm currently writing for the California Globe. I did just publish an article about Director Dela Cruz and James Gore, our county supervisor. I don't appreciate that the vaccination rates of the farm workers were being leveraged in exchange for wine grower investments. That's absolutely disgusting, being that the majority of Latinos did not wish to be inoculated. They were coerced by people who they thought had their best interest in mind. So again, that is disgusting. There are a few other points I wanted to discuss. I know that you guys are supposedly all about equity, diversity, inclusion, but what is being done to protect the people who have faith-based traditional values? I know there's a big push right now, and you actually fired one of our staff members because she refused to go along with the whole pronouns agenda. For Christians such as myself, there are only 2 genders. We can choose to, recognize mental illness, which it is, and it was actually declared by the chief psychiatrist for Johns Hopkins back in 2015, who spoke up about this very issue. But I don't support that. And a lot of people, again, who follow the Bible do not either. So it seems like we're selectively choosing who we actually represent based on our political narratives rather than the true validity of equity. I have a really great article coming out this week, which will elaborate further on the nefarious acts of Santa Rosa City Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. And President Manieri, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you, Melanie.
There's
There
one
seems
more.
to be one more.
Okay, perfect. Our next speaker is Deanna Oliveras.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, that was last minute. Thanks for including me. I just wanted to say that our own previous teacher, Santa Rosa Teacher Union, Will Lyons, the things he just said was kind of disheartening because I feel like this board in particular picks and chooses what they deem to be racist or not racist or equitable and not equitable. I commend teachers for speaking up because I know that there could be backlash and I appreciate that. He said one or two words actually that stuck out to me, which was data mining, which is a true thing. And it happens to our students and families all the time regarding the Youth Truth Survey and the Panorama Survey that this district pays thousands of dollars every year to use. And I also want to say I commend the parent organizations from the two schools that spoke tonight, as well as the ELAC representative that spoke, because those are the parents that are volunteering, that are on the front lines, that are there to see what's happening and not happening on campus. And it's really important that this board listens to them and visit the school sites, because as a school board representative, it's your duty as a liaison to those specific school sites to visit. And I have a feeling, I know for a fact that many of you are not. And it's very disheartening. You need to get to know your communities, your schools, your parents, your parent committees, your ELAC committees, your admin, your students. And I just wish there was more transparency and communication and school visits and town hall meetings. And I think we need to be, creating more relationships instead of dividing one another. I think that would help us all, especially with the current safety issue we're all worried about. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pam Butterfield.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, this is Eric Butterfield. My son attends Rincon Valley Middle School, and I'm calling in today because we have many concerns regarding the lack of student resource officers at the school.
In there.
I'm sorry, is this better? Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Thank you. My name's Eric Butterfield. My son attends Rincon Valley Middle School, and we're calling in today because we have many concerns regarding the lack of student resource officers on campus. We get regular reports of vaping in the bathrooms, vaping even in class. There are fights on a regular basis, and it just seems like it's gotten totally out of control. And I really want to emphasize that, after the violence that happened in Montgomery High School and additional incidents at Maria Carrillo High School, and also including a lockdown at the middle school because of a report of a weapon on campus, I find it highly unlikely that my son's the only one who does not feel safe, to the point where he has asked us to homeschool him because he doesn't feel safe on campus. And I don't understand why there aren't student resource officers there to deal with these problems. This is not a problem for administrators or teachers. You need student resource officers on campus, because if students don't feel safe, they can't concentrate and they will learn nothing. And my son's concentration, because of the anxiety over all the violence, has certainly suffered. And I hope you'll consider doing whatever you can about that to get some student resource officers on campus so the students can feel safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shelby Pryor.
Good evening, board. It seems like I keep hearing the same thing from parents concerned that their children's safety has not been taken into consideration. So all you parents who are listening, let's be very aware. Your children's consideration of safety was taken into consideration. Every single person on that board who's brown or allegedly acts brown when they want to said they were afraid for the children because of the police presence, that police are bad for brown people. Ms. Dela Cruz also said she doesn't feel safe talking in white spaces, but also is half white. Just like Mr. Sheffield is also half Caucasian. Check this out. You guys keep using race when it's necessary for you to gain something. Stop being cowards. Stop being people who are pushing these narratives on people. I can identify as a Black man, and you argue with my way I present myself. Our children keep going through this nonsense because you people keep making them confused. Your job is to teach them education. You tell them believe the science. How am I supposed to believe the science when you don't even believe in anatomy and people's regular, everyday physical makeup? We got 2 people wearing a mask. Sheffield ain't wearing a mask today, surprisingly, not going along with the other brown people on the deal. Minieri, you didn't even grow up in the hood. Not at all. You hung out with your hood friends, but you were a dork. People have talked on you in your own community about what you are and what you ain't. You ain't afraid of the police because you don't have no run-ins with them. You're not in the streets doing what we do. So don't act like you're afraid for your life, because
Thank
you
you.
ain't.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Your time is up. President Manieri, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you, Melanie. This brings us to our reports, our D items, and we will start with our California School Employee Association report. CSEA President Mary Lehman will provide this report if she is available.
There is no report tonight from President Lehman.
Thank you. That brings us to D2, Santa Rosa Teachers Association report, and we will hear from President Catherine Howell.
Evening, President Manieri, Superintendent Trinnell, members of the board and the community. I'm Catherine Howell, the president of the Santa Rosa Teachers Association. I represent about 850 teachers in Santa Rosa. I'm going to start tonight by saying congratulations to all of the people that won their recognitions this evening. Betty Malfatti is somebody I've known for years and years and years, and I've enjoyed her biscotti more than once. So if you have a chance to go to Betty Malfatti Day and get some of her biscotti, I would really recommend that you do that. So also all of the different resolutions that we're going to be looking at tonight, I wanted to say thank you to our food services people for giving lunch to all of the students who needed to be well fed and have some food in their stomachs so they can eat, focus on what they're learning. And also wanted to say thank you for the recognition for the classified workers, and hopefully that recognition can lead us into getting them a living wage, which we all know they need. So that, thank you tonight for looking at an MOU that we have brought forward about summer school. We are greatly appreciative of having paid prep time for pretty much the first time ever, I believe, in our summer school program. We're hoping very much that it will entice a few more teachers into teaching over the summer. But we are concerned that there is still not the number of teachers needed to meet the demand of our students who need this, right? Right now, we're still in interview stages. I think anybody that even puts anything on EdJoin, like I might think about summer school, is like, you're hired, come on down. And I know this is especially true at high school credit recovery, but I think there's not enough. I think we're still on that bubble of whether our sophomores are going to get access to any sort of credit recovery this summer, which is a big concern for everybody. And, it's just something to think about in terms of, is it worth it to these teachers and how do we make it worth it to them? We did have one comment from a teacher that would actually cost them more money to put their child at a summer camp, essentially daycare, they would have to pay more money for summer camp than they would earn working summer school. So there's definitely some disincentives for our teachers to work over the summer because they're simply not earning enough money to make it worth it. So there's that. But we do want you to approve the MOU. So thank you for that. The ethnic studies that we're looking forward to hearing more about, I think that putting that slight pause on it is great. We know that Heather, who's sitting here, has done a huge amount of work, and Mr. Zolinardo, but it's, this is the kind of thing that needs a long rollout. We super much appreciate the fact that our teachers have been given the chance to build these units and these courses over, more than one school year and really refine it and make sure these are things that our students are going to be getting the most from, want to take the ethnic studies classes. So we really do appreciate the extra time and effort that has been going into creating really the best ethnic studies programs that we can come up with. So I'm going to finish up tonight by talking about site administrators, which is not something I really do very often, but right now we're looking for new site administrators at Monty, at Maria Carrillo High School, at Slater Middle School, at Comstock Middle School, Proctor Terrace Elementary School, Helen Lehman Elementary School. We have an opening at Slater because of a change at Burbank Elementary School. And that's just the ones I know about, right? It's not even May yet, so there could be more movement. And this is a huge turnover. It's a turnover every year, and it's really something that the teachers are very concerned about. Turnover of administrators is bad for our kids. It's bad for our students. It's bad for our teachers. It's bad for our historical practices. We have to sort of start all over again with our contract, people coming from out of district who've done it differently somewhere else. And we have to say, nope, that's not how our contract works. And we have to constantly work on making sure that our teachers are protected and that our students are getting what they deserve, the best education they can possibly get. So I'm putting that out there because we want to see, what can be done to try to keep administrators in our district. Is it a process? Is it policy that the board needs to build so that our administrators aren't as stressed out as they seem to be? Is it something else? But what do we do to make them want to stay? And how do we make it more attractive for the administrators that we have in our district? So thank you.
Thank you, President Howell. Next is item D3, the superintendent report. I will pass it to Superintendent Trinnell.
Thank you, President Manieri, members of the board, those who are with us in person and online. Today marks day 157 for elementary and day 156 for secondary. Happy Administrative Professionals Day, and I know we have several in the room. Thank you for all the work that you do. Also, today is National Denim Day for anyone who was wondering, why is the superintendent wearing jeans? And I know there are a few of us who are participating. This is a day of action and awareness to combat victim blaming and educate others about sexual violence during Sexual Assault Awareness Month. I would like to provide an update on the Safety Advisory Roundtable Group. We've held 4 meetings now in total. Our work started by considering priorities under each of the pillars of the strategic plan: safety and security, mental health and counseling, communication and transparency, and facilities. We as a group have reviewed the notes of the voices that we heard at the March 7 listening session. There are 26 pages worth of feedback that we have reviewed. We've also reviewed the organized list of recommendations that came out from our students at the time of the walkouts. The SART group has begun to construct recommendations in the form of strategic goals with an outlined purpose, actions, and success measures. My goal is to present a first set of these recommendations in the form of strategic goals at the May 10 board meeting. I continue to engage in listening sessions with groups of students, staff, and parents in our district on a weekly basis. I will be using this additional data in the SART group's work of the strategic plan. I also want to recognize and acknowledge that while this is going on, we also have numerous facilities master plan committee meetings happening at the school site level and also with district-wide groups of stakeholders. And I want to thank all of those involved in that work. I can go on, but I will hand it back to you, President Manieri. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Tranel. Next, we have item D, Board President Report. I do have a few things that I want to share, but first I want to start by saying that we as a board and as a district do not tolerate hate speech. Everyone has a right to feel safe and loved, and part of that is recognizing that it's important to respect people's gender identities. We love all of our kids and we want them to be able to express themselves authentically and proudly. I also want to remind our community that our children are watching us, adults, and listening to what we are saying. And they're taking notes from us on how we have difficult conversations and react to situations. So I invite us all to model what respectful and proactive problem solving and discourse looks like. And this past Saturday, I was able to attend the CALSA Spring Social organized by Region 1's director, our very own Dr. Castro, where Superintendent Tranel was awarded CALSA Region 1 Superintendent of the Year. And Director Erubiges Llamas was awarded CALSA Region 1's Central Office Administrator of the Year. Big congratulations to you both. It was so moving to hear a little bit more about each of you and why you do what you do. We are so very proud of you and thankful for your dedication to our community and your leadership. And Assistant Principal from Montgomery High School, April Santos, was also present to share what keeps her surviving and thriving. Thank you, April, for your service and the love you bring to our school site every single day. With that, I will pass it on to any board members who may have reports this evening. Director De La Cruz.
Thank you. Thank you, board and community, for the grace for missing our last board meeting. I had the pleasure of being a parent chaperone at Proctor Terrace's 6th grade outdoor ed week in the Mendocino Woods, and it was absolutely glorious and really instructive about the ways in which our systems continue to need to love on bilingualism, biculturalism, culturally responsive ways of seeing and serving and loving on kids. So I was really happy to serve in that capacity to make sure that kids who have just gotten to this country have an ability to communicate with their teachers, with folks in their programs who also may not be bilingual, even though we're sending them to these programs. And so I felt like my job continues to be, there's light shining on the path that we have to take as a district to make sure that we are seeing and serving all children. The other thing that I want to do is give a shout out to my 6th grader who is currently singing her heart out at the Santa Rosa City Schools Honor Concert at Pioneer High today. Beautiful work on behalf of all the kids and all the teachers who continue to make music, and all the love and pride that comes from expressing yourself in that way, a priority. And I'm so sorry, Olin, that I am not here, but I am with you in spirit and lifting up the work that you do and the work that all the people around you who are loving on you in quite that way are doing right now. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director De La Cruz. Director Bowie.
So for the past few weeks, I've been able to referee girls' elementary basketball games. So a few of the schools in our district specifically, I've been able to watch Biella Elementary, Steele Lane, and Helen Lehman. And it's been really fun just to watch all the the young little girls play basketball and learn how to play. And it's really fun since they're still learning, and all the parents are really excited. I feel like it's even more crowded than my own basketball games as a high school student. And then I also just wanted to wish good luck to all the high school students who will be taking AP testing in the next week, in the next upcoming weeks. So just good luck to all you guys.
Thank you, Director Bowie. Any more board member reports? Vice President Medina.
Thank you, President Manieri. I actually just kind of wanted to add to what you mentioned earlier about having our schools be safe spaces. It's something that's very important to me, and I think as school board members, it's also our responsibility and, through the law to create a safe space for all students, regardless of gender, creed, sex, whatever. But I think it's also important to remember that everybody has a different journey to understand these issues that are very complicated in our society. I know for me, it wasn't until my early 20s that I began to understand the issues and came to the point where I identified as an ally. So I think to everybody out there, if you don't understand something, learn to ask questions, try to understand it, learn what it means to be an ally if you don't get it, but let's not hate. I think it's really important. And again, we got to model behaviors for our youth. Also, I want to congratulate again Superintendent Turnell and Director Luis Lama. And also during that time, I'd like to thank the CTA folks for having invited me at that same time while you were being awarded. We were in a nice casual conversation talking about educational issues with teachers. And I really appreciated kind of the casualness of that. And I look forward to more interactions of that nature that I think are very productive. And just last thing, I'm hoping if I'm really lucky, I can make the CCLA Gala this weekend. I hope I can make it, really trying to. But if you don't know about it, ask more questions. Thank you.
If you go, we can sit together. I'll be going to that and looking forward to it. Are there any other board member reports? Director Flores.
Vice President Medina, thank you for bringing that up. I wasn't going to say anything, but I think it's important for educators and school districts to change the narrative of seeing each other as the opposing team. I mean, we're here to educate children. We're here to for the best interest of our students, right? And historically, there's been this sort of opposition in terms of the unions and the districts, right? And as a newly elected, NEA board member, right? So one of my dreams is to make sure that we collaborate together, to make sure that we are working in tandem and not against each other, and to make sure that we bridge those gaps that we've had in the past. And I'm looking forward to working with even more individuals. We had board members from Mill Valley, Santa Rosa, Lagunitas from Marin County. And I hope that next year we'll have even more members to hear, and have an open set of communication in terms of what is it that, why are teachers teaching and why do we choose this calling? Okay, so thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you, Director Flores. And I forgot to also mention one other thing, that tomorrow is LC Allen High School's career fair, and I'll be participating in that. And I'm really excited to not only get to share kind of my trajectory through career and school, but to also hear from our students what their aspirations are and what they want to explore as far as careers goes. And then with that, we are now on our next agenda item. This is D6 CSBA report. Do we have a CSBA report this evening?
I do not.
Thank you. Now we are on our E items. E1 is resolution for May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And the board will consider approval of this resolution. And presenting this are Associate Superintendent of Educational Services, Dr. Castro, Executive Director of Educational Services, Tim Zalunardo, and we have some students with us.
Good evening, Board President Manieri, Superintendent Turnell, members of the board and student staff community of Santa Rosa City Schools. very excited to put this forth for consideration. But before we do that, I did want to give an opportunity to a couple of our students to share a little bit about what this resolution means to them as members of the community.
It's important to recognize Asians for more than a month. Hi, my name is Nikki Gao. I'm Vietnamese American and I was born here in Santa Rosa. My mom was born in Vietnam and my dad was born in Texas. Asian people aren't seen as much as other races. We aren't white, we're too white for some, and we're too ethnic for others. We're in the middle and it's hard to put where we belong. We are each human and no one's perfect, so I'm here to get Asians some consideration and appreciation. Santa Rosa doesn't have a lot of Asians here, but I'm very proud to be one. We have our food that a lot of people enjoy and for them to try new stuff. Also, we have our festivals like New Year's to show off our culture. We show a beautiful culture that we want to be seen and appreciated. I just hope Asians become more appreciated by everyone, and this is why I think May is a very important month to at least appreciate Asians for a month.
Thank you. Andre?
Hi, everyone. My name is Andre. I'm a second-generation Filipino American, and I support this resolution to recognize May as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Growing up as a minority in this school district with less than 6% of students being Asian made it incredibly challenging to be proud of my cultural heritage. But as I matured and learned more about my culture, I recognized the importance of celebrating our unique differences. As the ASB president at Santa Rosa, I have committed myself to promoting multiculturalism through student activities and diversity initiatives like Multicultural Week and Day of Tolerance, filled with performances, food, traditions, and keynote speakers. By passing this resolution, our district will prioritize learning about the rich history, culture, achievements, and contributions of AAPI individuals. To myself and others, this is incredibly important and valuable because this will create a more inclusive educational environment for students. It will also foster acceptance and understanding, encouraging students to be active and contributing members of our diverse community. So I urge you guys to pass this resolution and show our support for the AAPI community and its students. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Johnny Ondo. I am a student at Santa Rosa High School. Growing up in a family that is part of a small Japanese American community within Sonoma County while living in the contrasting world of Santa Rosa, which you haven't noticed has not exactly the most Asian dense population, it becomes apparent the lack of legitimate cultural representation, not only here, but throughout the country. For both Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. I think to our scattered communities, especially the younger generations within the schools, the resolution for May as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month would be a very meaningful and greatly appreciated movement. I was recently elected to be the next president for our school's AAPI club, and I would be really excited to be able to utilize this month to bring our community together, because at the moment, really, we're all kind of just scattered throughout the school, and there isn't much opportunity to bring us all together.
Hello, my name is Kevin and I am a student from Santa Rosa High School. I am also a member of the AAPI at our school, and I have also just been recently elected as the treasurer of AAPI. And as a first generation Asian American here, it is surprising as of what first gens normally imagine how, like these minority cultural populations living in America would be like. And to be honest, I was really surprised to see how the community was really cool with us being here. And also there was a lot of these cultural groups trying to promote our culture, trying to spread the culture to create a diverse community here in Santa Rosa, which I am also a part of the Rural Empire Chinese Association, and we have been constantly asked to perform here and there, invited into schools and coming to all over the places to spread our culture. And as of all the years I have been immigrated here, I haven't seen anyone that has hold anything against us, which I greatly appreciated, and how to learn that the dragon head under the 101 was restored, and for the promotion of this resolution having May be a Heritage Month for all Asian Americans and for Pacific Islanders. I hold great appreciations and gratitude for that, for the council and for everyone to help us together to make us a real representative of the city and of the community. Thank you.
Well, first and foremost, I want to thank you very much for sharing a little bit about your identity, your experiences, and I think most importantly, your advocacy for this very important resolution. So at this point, I'd like to submit and make tonight's request to the board to proclaim May of 2023 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Can we just give a round of applause to these
Seriously.
amazing young people? Thank you for being here with us. And I think it's pretty clear that we're looking at some amazing leaders in our community. Do we have any board member questions? Yes, Director Bowie.
Not a question, but just thank you to all you guys being here. I know that Andre and I, we went to elementary together. And in 6th grade, I would say there was only 2 to 3 Asian Americans in our grade level. And I can just recall remembering like Andre and his family, like bringing egg rolls and just bringing our culture to the school. And everyone was really excited about that. And then also shout out to Nikki, because we're part of the Vietnamese American community and we do a bunch of events with our church as well.
Thank you. Yes, Director De La Cruz.
I just wanted to thank our administrators for including students in these conversations. It is the first time that we've had a student presence with a resolution like this, and it just makes it so beautiful and so much richer to understand the ways in which, you know, these actions, which can be really disconnected from your experiences in the school, are, you know, really being connected in this moment and making sure, Johnny, I loved listening to like your ideas about like, how do you actually use a resolution like this in doing your work as a student advocate for your API group? Like that just makes me so happy. And so just really want to thank you for coming out tonight and for lifting up this work together with this board. I also want to recognize just the work on the actual resolution itself. These continue to just become so much richer and so much more informative about the history of different communities of color, different immigrant communities, and the richness that they bring to this country and to our continued beauty because of our diversity and our strength. I want to note that I'm going to continue to reiterate the request that we include some curricular guides for every level of education in our district from K through 12 about how we expect people to really lift up this history at an age-appropriate way in every part of our system. We have the language in the resolution is we strongly encourage, right? And I really want to move from strongly encourage to say, and here are tools, and here are stories, and here are ways in which you can activate this information contained in this resolution in a way, whether you teach TK or whether you teach, you know, AP history, and to make sure that these true stories and that these histories that have been hidden for far too long are truly told in a way that is both empowering and reflective of your identities and the things that are so important for our larger community to understand about the richness of your cultures. So thank you for so much of that kind of change and that growth in the way that we're doing these resolutions. And we still have more work to do. And I'm really excited to be talking about ethnic studies later tonight, because I really feel like this is the, you know, this is the logical transition from encouraging to actually creating graduation requirements and to making sure that every student in our system is able to, you know, to learn and to walk away from their educational experiences with the fullness of understanding all cultures that continue to play such critical roles in our country. So just really, again, want to thank you all for coming out tonight, for your work, continuing to lift up and be advocates for yourselves, for your community, and to make sure that all students enjoy and understand how powerful it is that you are here and that you are visible and that we love on every moment that you do that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Vice President Medina.
Thank you. Also, thank you for your awesome presentation. I just want to add that I think one of the reasons that I support ethnic studies so much is because I feel that it's part of this. You as students, you bring something to the table. You bring your stories. That's how you become visible. And I think this is so important. There was a little point where I wanted to cry just out of happiness, just with you guys sharing your stories. So thank you. And I see on the agenda item, there's these supporting links here on resources, but I'm curious, what, if anything, are we doing to encourage folks, teachers and classes to do activities around this? How does it really play out within the district? And then the follow-up to that, how do we as a board and see overall as a district, how are those things happening? Because I just don't like the idea that so often it just feels like we do these resolutions, but I don't get to see all of the results. And I know that there's things that are happening. I know teachers do things, but I don't often get to see it all. And I would love to see more of that. And I know that students play a large part in that, in the activities and things that y'all do in your schools. So I don't know if there's a way that somehow we could show that, whether it be on social media or board meeting, but I'd love to see that. Thank you.
Something I would like to share is that next month during AAPI Heritage Month, Santa Rosa High School's National Honor Society is hosting an event. It's called Day of Tolerance. And on that day, we are inviting teachers and classes to come to the auditorium of our school and to learn more about different cultures. And we're also going to have a keynote speaker for AAPI representation, where we will also hear from student speakers sharing their stories. So I'm really excited about that at Santa Rosa High School. And it's a really fun day to give teachers and students opportunities to learn more about cultures. And that's one way that we are providing education for students and creating a more inclusive environment at Santa Rosa High School. And it would be really awesome to see more of this at other schools in our district. Thank you. And I also invite you guys to come attend if you can. It's going to be all day starting at our second period, and there's keynote speakers at every period. Thank you.
What day, Andre?
It's on Thursday, May 18th.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any board member questions before we move to public comment? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Something that I remember always thinking about every time that I would start a new school year. When it came to my history class, I was always wondering if there would be something relating to Asian American culture, because it feels like as you go through the years, you really travel around the world throughout these history classes, which is helpful, but then it almost kind of misses the overall continent. And I would just really like to be able to see something in the curriculum relating to that, to help other young Asian Americans be able to really kind of learn about what the culture has moved to here.
Thank you, Johnny.
Yes, also adding on to that, I feel like, especially in world history classes, the curriculum is about world history, but then a lot of the focuses were mainly towards Western hemispheres, and there is a lot of the really useful knowledges from other cultures around the world that has not been focused enough or merely just zoomed past, where students will simply learn it just to learn it to pass their exam instead of actually learning the knowledges and using them in their daily life, which is always useful. And I also feel like maybe like classes could, like maybe like history classes could have a focus rather like abroad instead of like really only focusing on one side of things and how they took their perspective to look at it. And I feel like maybe if we could also have more to do with different cultures colliding together and how we can have representatives of different cultures coming together and having this thing at the school where everyone is invited to come to join and to learn something that simply they haven't learned before, something they've never heard of before, and which they may find interest in and could produce more diversity in our school. And especially for each one of us could learn something new that we could learn and we could use in our life that is going to be good for us, that we could use in our own favors, and to simply know something that when the circumstances come, when the time comes, you know something that's happening and you know what really it could be looked upon instead of what you simply read on the papers. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's time to move to public comment. So we will begin with our speakers here in the chambers. And I have one blue card, and this is from Lori Fung.
Good evening, board. Nice to see you. Director De La Cruz, last year we did have this and we had a second grader speak. She went through her minute-long speech in 20 seconds, so she was very cute. Students, thank you so much. Great job. It took me too long to be proud of my own Chinese heritage as an American, so I really love how you four and many others are empowered. So this is why this is important. Coupled with ethnic studies, very good. I do want to say this though. The reason why this is important is because there are too many kids, API kids, who are invisible. That the model minority myth is still there, and we think that they are fine, and they are not fine. And really, Asian culture is still waters, still waters, and they run deep. And a lot of them are being challenged with a lot of hurt and trauma that we don't see. So not all the Asian kids are in calculus. And even if they are in calculus, they may be facing a lot of trauma, different trauma from immigrant parents who have suffered trauma on their own. So we need to recognize that. I thank this board, I thank our students, because empowering our students, all of our students, is what we need to do for every single student in our entire system. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. We'll move to our remote attendees.
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item E1. Please raise your hand at this time. President Manieri, there are no hands raised.
Thank you. So this comes back to the board for any further questions, discussion, or a motion. Vice President Medina.
Thank you. I would like to move that we adopt resolution 2223-66.
I second.
Making May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
I got really excited about my second.
Great. Before we do a roll call vote, is there any further discussion that anyone would like to have? Any last comments? Okay, great. So that was motioned by Vice President Medina and seconded by Director De La Cruz. Roll call vote, please.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Bowie.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. And that passes. Congratulations.
You guys. You all
Thank
did such
you.
a great job.
The next resolution before us, item E2, is resolution recognizing guest teacher appreciation in May 2023. And presenting this action item is Executive Director Steve Mazzara.
Thank you, President Manieri, board members, and Superintendent Trunell. Very appreciative that you are taking a moment today to recognize our guest teachers, also, of course, known as our substitute teachers. There are a number of positive things that substitute teachers and guest teachers provide for us every day in our schools. I want to let you know that we have over 186 guest teachers that are in our system. We have many that have been with us for more than or up to 25 years. In fact, 10% of our, 30% have been here for 10 years. So we do have a great job and a great group of teachers that come back and work with our students. It's really important to understand the importance of a guest teacher coming into a classroom, the flexibility they provide, the cohesiveness they do. Many of them are in the same schools. They're there, they're known by name. Teachers are very appreciative when certain guest teachers take their class. Students are grateful when certain guest teachers come to the room, and it's just another layer of some of the wonderful teaching that goes on. I have some insights into that. I'm a spouse of a guest teacher that works in our district. So I know that there is a strong relationship and a lot of preparation that even goes into a guest teacher coming into our schools. As always, underneath any important system is the strength of our classified employees. There is a strong network every day that works beginning in the night before, the morning of, to make sure those students have a responsible, credentialed, and appropriate teacher in their rooms. A boomer moment here, there used to be a time where you used to have to call the secretary at 6 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes, your voice was a little overly harsh because you were sick. And you had to go through that, and the moments and the things we do now. Now it begins with principals the night before, seeing if their classrooms are covered. Our HR office under Tammy Alfonso is working desperately every morning to make sure we are putting teachers in, calling individuals. Our classified staff do a great job of supporting that. Our existing teachers cover daily in these classrooms. They do not want to see cohesiveness and a situation where there's not an important teacher. And so our teachers fill in and become guest teachers, and that's a great strength for us. And then, of course, our administrators are also doing that daily, covering classes, trying to provide that cohesiveness and making sure students are getting the class structure that they need. So with all that, I want to thank and I want to recognize that we're honoring May as guest teachers, and I want to move back to the board for action on the resolution.
Thank you so much, Steve. This is an action item. Do board members have any questions? No questions. We will move on to public comment. I have no blue cards, so we will move to remote attendees.
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item E2. Please raise your hand. There is one hand raised. Our first speaker is Karen Wagner.
Good evening, everyone. As a classified member of our school district, I really do appreciate when a guest teacher does come into and fill our much needed classrooms when the teachers need to be away or sick. And there's some amazing ones that I see over and over and over again and have developed relationships with them just by working side by side with them. A lot of them have filled our special ed classes, and that is amazing because some people, they just don't know what special ed's about. So I really do appreciate when somebody can come in and just feel at home. And you know what, when they leave, they're just like, oh my gosh, your class is amazing. So I really do appreciate guest teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. President Manieri, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you. So this comes back to the board for any further questions, discussion, or a motion. Vice President Medina.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. I just really wanted to express my gratitude to all the guest teachers. I know how important and vital they are, especially right now. So I just really just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you.
Director Sheffield.
I want to continue with that. My mom, who changed careers after kids were born, and she became a substitute teacher, became a long-term sub in a very rural community. She taught on reservations. She traveled great distances, and I remember from my earlier years, there'd be a call in the morning. That was the way it was done. She'd get a call and say, can you be at the site? She had no preparation. She just had to be there and had to be ready. And that's, knowing that these teachers are coming into, sometimes uncertainty, coming into classrooms and subjects that they may not have a whole lot of experience in, but they do bring sort of the love for what they do, the love for being in the classroom, the love for being the students. And I just love that we are honoring them with guest teacher appreciation in May.
Thank you. Director De La Cruz.
I'd like to move to approve the resolution recognizing guest teacher month.
Second.
Okay, that was moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Flores. Roll call vote, please.
Director Bowie.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you, Director Mazzara. Item E3, resolution celebrating Child Nutrition Services Professionals Week, May 1 through 5th, 2023. And presenting this action item are Associate Superintendent Lisa Kevin and Director of Child Nutrition Services, Ed Burke.
Good evening, President Manieri, Superintendent Trinnell, directors of the board, excuse me, and the community. Thank you very much for this opportunity this evening, and I'd like to hand it over to Ed Burke to go ahead and do our recognition.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you so much, President Manieri, Superintendent Trinnell. And thank you for this opportunity to brag about the amazing, great work that our staff is doing, to publicly share out what an amazing group of people we have that not only make and prepare food to more students than we've perhaps have ever served pre-pandemic, and consistently provide that support every single day, but also as a source of student engagement. When I visit schools, I see a genuine sense of warmth and welcome, and like, I'm so excited to see you today, and it's Tuesday, and it's your favorite thing today. And when staff members approach, they'll comment like, you know what, this person who's at our school is the best person for our school, and I'm so glad that they are here right now. And I'm like, yeah, I completely agree. Because when students come in, they're excited. They're calling our staff by name. They're engaging with conversations, what they're up to, what they're looking forward to, what happened on their weekends, their basketball games. It is tremendous. And I am so, so profoundly grateful to work with such an amazing group of people. Not only that, but they also will give us suggestions and ideas. One of the greatest suggestions that we had was, Ed, like, kids are looking for esquites. What's up? And so we developed esquites. We're out in schools testing it out. And our staff are reporting feedback results. We offered hummus at Montgomery High School recently. I had to take off because I had to go to a meeting, and our staff engaged with students consistently. How was the hummus? Did you try it? What was up? Let's tell Ed how we feel about it. And I gotta say, tremendous, absolutely tremendous. And last but not least, I would like to thank everyone on the board and everyone who was involved in our most recent reclassification for our food worker 2s and food worker 3s. The work that those folks were doing had changed and shifted away from their job descriptions, and they felt seen and appreciated, that we saw what they were doing and we followed through with reclassification, which is tremendous. And so I got to tell you, I could spend days talking about what amazing staff members we have, what they're doing and how they're doing it, and my profound appreciation for them. And so I would like to say thank you so much for this opportunity, and I submit the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. This is an action item. Are there any board member questions? Director Sheffield.
Thank you, Ed. And first of all, how was the hummus?
So we went out with 2 batches. One was a standby, roasted red pepper hummus, the garlic confit. It's slam dunk. Like, we love it. And then we went out on a limb a little bit. We said, hey, we're going to try some sun-dried tomatoes. It's got tons of glutamate. It's going to have some savoriness that maybe we're missing in the otherwise sweet red pepper hummus. And the response was clear, like, yeah, red pepper hummus all day, sun-dried tomatoes, like, try again. And I was like, fair, all right. So slam dunk. And as trying something new, there's always that sense of like, maybe it's not going to work out. And our staff were the first person to try it and say like, hey, you're onto something here, bud. Like, keep going. I was like, phew, I love it. So it went really well.
Success. Good, good. And my real question is, you had mentioned that now we're preparing more meals than we ever have, and we're preparing meals for all students, that desire and need. Can you share with us how we're doing that? How are we able to meet the needs of our students?
Absolutely. I'm going to start with an anecdotal story and then kind of get back into the data. So during COVID, when things were particularly difficult, very challenging, we were offering meals in the evening time. We were the only school district to do it. So shout out again to our team. A group of 3 served 40% of all the bundles that we gave when school was not in session. It's a considerable amount of work. And during those times, we'd say like, hey man, this is kind of rough. How you doing out there? And they were like, hey, al puro centavo. Like, we're going to do our best. We're going to rise to the occasion. We're going to do what we need to do to get through our day. And that carries through with some strategic partnerships, with work that we're doing in schools, menu choices that reflect our level of staffing. We kind of got through last year, which was pretty tough. This year, we've been very fortunate. We've had probably our most successful year for hiring. We've added a ton of new staff members. We've transitioned temporary workers to permanent positions. We've had some delightful conversations along those lines, and we continue to do that work. So as we add more staff, we can add more capacity to the work that we are doing to make better stuff for our students.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Director Flores.
Yes, well, see, you're still going to do our summer school program, right?
Absolutely. In fact, we worked out an agreement with Red Empire Food Bank that we will be your sponsors. So you'll have a more direct line of communication with us so we can do a better job. And on a tangent, for folks that may not know what we're talking about, Adelante is a program at SRJC. Don't tell anybody, but it is one of my favorite summer school programs. When we visited, probably my first day on the job, we visited Adelante, and the students and staff there were just absolutely fantastic. We had a really great time supporting y'all. So we're looking forward to doing it again.
A little request here, sorry. No, conchas for breakfast, because you had it for Fridays and we don't have Fridays, schooling on Fridays. So if we can have it like a Monday or Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday for breakfast, that would be great.
Absolutely.
And some pupusas también. So anyway.
Yes. For folks that haven't had the pleasure of our conchas, please come by our central office, our central kitchen. We'll hook you up. It is a whole grain, lower sugar concha, and it delivers. Like, it is delightful. So when the California Wheat Commission put together a concha formula specifically for schools, we did do a side comparison. And you know what? For like a commercially prepared whole grain concha product, it stacked up. It was pretty good. The pupusas are also delightful. We also have some delightful tamales that we'd love to roll out. And I will chat with our menu planner about making sure that conchas are going to be available on Wednesdays so that all students have available every day, every week during the summer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, at this time, we'll take public comment. I have no blue cards, so we'll go to our remote attendees.
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item E3. Please raise your hand. Our first speaker is Deanna Oliveras.
Hi, Superintendent and Board. I want to recognize the food employees in our district. I think what they do is amazing. I think a few things. Before COVID, our cook staff used to have to deny children food and give them a stamp and give them a cheese sandwich, which I think is disgusting. I'm glad now that the money is here and all children can eat. But I think it's pitiful that my own children say that lunch is free now, Mom, but the line is really long. And if I don't like what's there and I just want to grab an apple, I'm not allowed to. I have to grab all the food that consists of all the nutrients value, which I appreciate. But my son in particular in high school is disheartened by having to throw it in the trash after he waits in that line just so he can get that apple or that orange juice. So he won't even wait in the line to eat because he feels disgusting wasting that food. So, I mean, I'm not trying to downplay what our district has done, but we have a lot more work to do because a lot of these kids, that is the only time they get to eat. And if they want to eat an apple or an orange or a mango or whatever, they're shamed or put on the spot for not getting everything. And I think that we're doing our own children a disservice. And we really need to look more into the food and the preparation and how many families we're impacting because we have.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Oliveras. President Manieri, there are no other hands raised.
Great, thank you. Director Flores, would you like to say something?
Yeah, in terms of, waste products, I know that was an issue in Adelante, and we fixed that many years ago, working in conjunction with the SRJC to make sure that items were given to food runners, for example, and these were delivered to other shelters right around the county. Do we have something like that here in Santa Rosa City Schools to prevent the wasteful, the waste of food?
Absolutely. So we have partnered with Sonoma Food Runners. It is pardon me. Is that better? Perfect. Thank you. We have partnered with Sonoma Food Runners. It is a 501c3 nonprofit. And what's great about that is that we have, by donating any excess or unused products, we can donate to a 501c3 and have Good Samaritan law protections against any liabilities. And our friends at, for example, Sonoma Food Runners are fantastic with food safety. They have a very quick turnaround to distributing those foods. So at the Adelante program, for example, in 2019, we found there was a significant amount of waste was happening. So we worked out some things where we were much more clear in our expectations about what needed to be taken. So we did not take all five items. We could take 3 as a very minimum for our program. And students that said no, thank you, that item was diverted to folks in need. So we do have the program. We have continued to do so with our friends at Sonoma Food Runners. And what I would suggest is that we do have shortages in volunteers with Sonoma Food Runners. And so anyone who's looking to participate in that process or volunteer their time, please give us a holler, because I would love to take this to a much more broad program where we can be more present and do more pickups. But we do have that program to its capacity now, but we do need some help with volunteers.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. I also saw this really great practice at Cesar Chavez Language Academy where kids who don't want to eat all of their food will leave them in bins in the cafeteria, and they are free to take from other students who didn't get in the lunch line or didn't have time to do that, or just want some extra food for the day. So that was something really great I saw that maybe some other school sites can do. This has come back to the board now for any further questions, discussion, or a motion.
I'd like to move approval of resolution celebrating Child Nutrition Services Professionals Week, May 1 through 5, 2023.
Sorry, I'm just jumpy tonight. Second.
That was moved by Director Sheffield and seconded by Director De La Cruz. Roll call vote, please.
Director Bowie. Aye. Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye, thank you. Thank you both. Next is item E4, resolution for Teacher Appreciation Week, which this year is May 8th through the 12th. And presenting this action item are Assistant Superintendent Mike Shepard, who is joining us virtually, and Director of Human Resources, Dr. Vicky Zans.
Thank you, President Manieri, members of the board, Superintendent Trinnell, and the Santa Rosa City Schools community. It's our pleasure to bring this resolution for your consideration tonight. And at this time, I'm going to hand it over to our HR Certificated Director, Dr. Vicky Zans.
Thank you. And thank you again, President Manieri, Superintendent Trinnell, members of the board and the school community. Teachers are responsible for educating and encouraging students to become the next generation of inventors, entrepreneurs, public officials, first responders, service providers, so that our community can continue to grow and flourish. Teachers help build the country's future by providing quality education for all students. In many professions, it's easy to overstate the importance of their job. But in the case of our teachers, it's more likely that we will underestimate the importance of their jobs. To say that teachers can change lives is not an exaggeration. Consider some of the following vital rules that truly illustrate the importance of teachers. Teachers are people to look up to and emulate. Nearly everyone has a teacher, in many cases more than one, who they admire and who provides them with examples of how to conduct themselves. Education is the greatest gift anyone could give to another person. Almost every teacher will find themselves approached by students in one way or another. Within the classrooms, teachers serve as a sounding board for students on everything from historical events to the meaning found in a literary work. Teachers also provide guidance on pursuing higher education and participating in events that encourage growth in a young person. But in this day and age, teachers provide more than that. In this day and age, teachers may be the only adult that a student has to go to, the only adult that they trust with their innermost thoughts, with their fears, with their anxieties. The best teachers inspire their students to work hard and to push themselves, but they also inspire their students to have confidence in themselves and to have the courage to push through anything that life presents to them. It is for these reasons and many more that I ask the Santa Rosa City School Board of Education to consider the following resolution approving the week of May 8th through 12th, 2023, Teacher Appreciation Week. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zans. Any board member questions on this item? Okay, we will move to yes, Director De La Cruz.
So following up on this theme of what are we doing to actually create pipelines to curricular decisions and to how are we lifting up for our kids in our system the pathway of becoming a teacher? How are we using kind of the appreciation that we all have that is so deep for teachers? How are we really helping kids find their way to being able to do what they have loved and appreciated from their teachers?
Thank you, Director De La Cruz, for that question. We're doing a lot. We're trying to do a lot. We're encouraging our students at a young age to become peer tutors and mentors to younger students. It's something that we started doing with the merger at CCLA, having 7th and 8th grade students go down and work with the younger students. We continue to pursue that as students move through the grade levels, encouraging students to be peer tutors in content area courses and academic courses. At Santa Rosa High School, we have a significant amount of students that are peer tutors in the Spanish for Spanish speakers classes. And at some of our school sites, we are encouraging a pathway towards teacher education. Can we do more? Definitely. Can it be a CTE pathway? Absolutely. It's something that I've seen done in the past in other districts. where we have our students who participate in education courses through the JC and dual enrollment courses and are able to begin to pursue their courses as a teacher as young as being a junior in high school. So it's definitely something that we are trying to pursue, but it's something that we can do a little bit more of a focused job in doing.
Thank you so much.
I don't want to give too much. I know this has been sort of in the works and people have been waiting for me. I've been a little predisposed with some other work, but we are hoping to have a pipeline partnership so that we can send our students to the university to be able to get the proper credentials and do it in a more expedient way. We know that it takes probably 7 years right now before they can actually come back to us after all of the education and training. And we'd like to minimize that time, but also give them what they need. And then hire our students back to us and guarantee employment. So that's exciting. And I'm hoping that we can reveal more about that in the very near future.
That is really exciting. Thank you so much, Superintendent Chanel, for sharing that. I can't wait for that report to come out, but I can't imagine a better way to show teachers how appreciated and loved they are when their students actually choose to do what they saw and appreciated. So thank you so much for your work.
I have a question.
Director Flores and then Director Medina.
So I just did a quick Google search and it sounds like about 87% of our teachers in the county, I mean, not in the county, around the US, leave the profession within 3 years. These are new teachers. I mean, those are staggering, statistics. So I would love to see these, appreciations, resolutions attached with tangible things that we're going to do to make sure that we attract and retain teachers that are already here. What sort of programs we're doing in terms of making sure our administrative team is supporting new teachers so they don't leave our school districts, right? And I know this is a group effort, all right, and I just want to say that as a team, what is it that you need from a school board? You don't have to answer that question today, but it's something that I'm looking forward to see. What is it that we can work in tandem to make sure that we build something that is sustainable and supportive for those new teachers?
Absolutely. We've started on the right track with our new teacher orientation and making connections with our staff. But as a department, we're definitely working towards making and maintaining more of a connection with our new teachers as the school year progresses. As you know, as the school year starts, we start to get mired in the everyday business. But I look forward to starting a list of the things that the board can do to help us with that.
Another thought, and I think this came from President Howell, this last weekend, is how, we do have a pool of classified employees who may be interested in becoming teachers, right? And what are we doing systemically to support those folks that are thinking about going from classified to certificated? Not to steal from the classified units, but that is something that I've seen happen, so, and I just want to see that we do something more systemically to support those folks.
So to that end, I'm working closely with the North Coast School of Education. We were able to provide them with a list of classified employees that either have their bachelor's degree or have their associate's degree, and approach them with scholarship opportunities so that they can pursue their education and get their teaching credentials in hopes that they will stay with us at Santa Rosa City Schools once they've attained their credentials.
And here's a thought, and this is not for you. This is, maybe I shouldn't even say this because it sounds like I'm negotiating, but I mean, an incentive of sorts to make sure that we attract those individuals that have already shown a commitment to Santa Rosa City Schools, right? So I just want you to keep that in the back of your mind as to how can we, incentivize those individuals to come here and not another district that may have a higher salary. So just keep that in mind. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Director Medina.
Thank you. So my initial question was going to be along the pathways, if we have any like partnerships or anything, but it sounds like that's maybe coming. So yay. I look forward to hearing from that. But I think also important, especially is, it seems like this week I've been hearing from a lot of parents asking me about scholarships and stuff. And I think, is there also work that we can do with like any local foundations and stuff that might support those pathways and those partnerships to help students along that path? And I think following up along with what Director Flores just kind of mentioned, I think as we work on developing this, maybe part of the path and that journey could also be for students to also work within the district, maybe initially starting off in like a classified role, if that's a thing that we develop, that eventually becomes part of the job that eventually leads to them being a teacher. I think those are just ideas that I think I initially had in this conversation or discussion, because it's about teacher appreciation and I want more teachers to appreciate, because we need them. And the other thing that I think I feel is important that I would like us to maybe find a way that we could look into that also came out this weekend is, I think one of the troubles with getting people to become teachers is also the issue around pensions and how, when you're a teacher, you don't get that Social Security, you can't also have a pension in that. And I think maybe collectively working, how can we advocate to remove that I guess barrier, whatever it is. And because I know that I'd be interested, I think it's important, and I think it would be helpful to attract more teachers to the profession. So.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board before we move to public comment? Yes. All right, we will take public comment at this time. I have no blue cards, so we'll move to our remote attendees.
Are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item E4, please raise your hand. Our first speaker is Deanna Oliveras.
Hi, Superintendent and Board. I'm honestly flabbergasted at the confusion all of you board members have regarding what compensates and intrigues educators to become teachers. Pensions and college and high school to college to educator pipelines. No, it's passion. People don't become teachers to have an amazing pension or to make a good paycheck, because that doesn't make sense. They're passionate. And the thing about it is we see amazing educators retire and leave and transfer out of our district month after month, year after year. You need to start appreciating our teachers. Stop stressing them out, allowing them to feel safe, and stop cramming curriculum down their throat that they need to teach our kids. Give them some wiggle room to be the creative, amazing teachers that they have always wanted to be since they were 5 years old, to create change in these classrooms, to see the students, to know the students' families, to know if they come from broken homes, to know what nationality they are. Let them do their job. And then Santa Rosa City Schools will start retaining the amazing teachers and classified staff that we have for years, but most recently, we haven't done it. So stop thinking about money and education and how to retain them, and start thinking about passion. They want to be here because they want to teach, not because of the money. They want to be here because they see the light in their students' eyes. That's what you all need to be looking at to retain quality teachers.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Margaret Boone.
Good evening. I just wanted to say I started as a classified staff here in Santa Rosa City Schools and was able to do my student teaching while I did that. And now I've been a teacher with the district for a decade plus. And I have a teacher friend in the district as well, who actually started as a TA in one of our classes, came back as a classified staff, and then went back to school and became a teacher for our district as well. So it is a very viable pathway. And I think it's great that we're expanding on that. And I think so far as retaining teachers, I think a lot of the issues that teachers are having are large class sizes, combos, and a lack of assistance. So some things to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Wagner.
Good evening, everyone. So as a classified staff member working in the classrooms with the teachers, they are amazing. They work hard. They work, just day and night on things, that are getting ready for the classrooms. And we're also there beside them, getting everything ready. So, and it is passion. Deanna is right. They teach for impact, to be inspiring, and it is all about passion. And even from as classified workers, the special ed assistants who are working in these classrooms, or instructional assistants who aren't working with special ed, but they're there for impact, and they're there to have passion and watch the kids grow and learn, and they have their lights just light up. And so I just love working with our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. President Manieri, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you. So this comes back to the board for any further questions, discussion, or a motion. Director Medina.
I'd like to move that we adopt resolution 2022/23-67, recognizing the week of May 8th through the 12th as Teacher Appreciation Week.
Second.
Great. That was moved by Director Medina and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director Bowie. Aye. Director Medina.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye, thank you. And the biggest thank you to our educators, to our teachers. This is one of the most important resolutions that we can pass all year. Thank you for everything you do. The next resolution before us, item E5, is resolution for classified school employee the week of May 14th through the 20th. And presenting this action item is Associate Superintendent Lisa Kevin.
Thank you, President Manieri, Superintendent Trinnell, members of the board, and of the Santa Rosa community. Sorry, throat's getting a little dry here. I just want to start by saying, this is one of my favorite months because we do get to recognize the wonderful work of, huge cross section of our staff and, the contributions that everybody provides. So thank you for the opportunity to bring the classified resolution for recognition forward. There have been so many things that have been said this evening that I would really like to echo, and that is the importance of our classified staff and the impact that they have on students, as well as their colleagues and the community. They're often the first face that students see. They're here before the rest of us arrive. They're making sure that the classrooms are warm or cool, depending on the temperature, on the weather, that things are clean, that food is ready, and so that students have their everything they need to be able to learn and are prepared. They have full bellies. They have the items that they need for class, their Chromebooks, their wireless, the teachers are in the classroom because we're able to process their hiring paperwork through HR. They're receiving their paychecks. We're keeping the lights on. Everything that happens in a school is facilitated by a classified employee. And so it's very much appreciated. And yes, that pipeline that so many of them can grow into also our teaching ranks. So it's very much appreciated. And thank you as the board for the opportunity to recognize the work that they do tirelessly every day. So
Thank you, Lisa. Any board member questions on this resolution? No questions. We will move to public comment. I have no blue cards, so we will move to our remote attendees.
There's members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item E5. Please raise your hand. Our first speaker is Margaret Boone.
Good evening. Special ed would be nothing without our classified staff. I teach in one of our 3 ESN classes at Montgomery. I have 2 assistants who have been with me for years. One has been with me almost 10 years. The other has been with me 7 years. Next door, one of my teaching partners has 2 assistants who have also been with her for years and years. One was a TA in high school and then joined us as an instructional assistant, and we're trying to make her become a teacher now. The other has been with us 6 years, but has unfortunately resigned effective at the end of this year. Our instructional assistants instruct students, support them in electives. They perform toileting, feeding, positioning, behavioral interventions. They support our kids as they navigate the campus. 2 of our assistants also do translating for us, calling, texting, and emailing parents, translating documents we send home. Our assistants also volunteer their time outside of school purely because they love the kids. 2 attended our Best Buddies walk this last weekend, and a few are planning on attending prom. All that for just a little over minimum wage. We have 4 district assistants, but we also have 5 outside agency assistants filling the positions we haven't been able to fill through the district. Agency assistants make significantly more money than our district assistants. We're really lucky in ESN that we have the staff that we do have, because many of our RSP classes have no assistants. At Monty, 6 RSP teachers share 1 assistant. Similarly, our SDC teachers are often very understaffed. Our 4 SDC teachers at Monty share 2 assistants and have been short assistants as long as I can remember. We appreciate these vital members of our school, and I hope we're thinking about how we can adjust our budgets to get them competitive wages so we can staff positions that have been empty for a decade plus. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Lehman.
Hello. I would like the board to encourage you to support what the classified do for the district. Without them, there would not be a school district. We support the students and the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deanna Oliveras.
Hi, Superintendent and Board. These classified staff members deserve a living wage. They are our backbone to our school district. They keep our parking lot safe. They keep our recesses safe. They many times, as I did for 5 years at the Ringgold Valley School District, worked a morning shift as an attendance helper, and then stayed in the back room for an hour and a half and just sat around and helped out until I was on the clock for an English learner assistant, which the principal begged me to take. And I said, I can't be an EL assistant. I don't know Spanish. And they said, you don't have to know Spanish. We have no one. You're good with the kids. You love all the children. We need you. And that's what I did. These classified positions, they are scarce, and the people that take these positions love the kids and they want the best for the children. And the fact that we have this resolution to honor them, we need to put our money where our mouth is. The school board puts all these resolutions into place, and then the ELAC committee or the parent teacher committee or the PTA or the PTO, they have to spend the rest of the month spending money that they've raised to try to honor these people when you all make the resolutions. Put your money where your mouth is. We need classified staff. We need them on our campuses. We need them to help our kids support our families. We need them for school safety. It's a resolution is not enough. You need to do more.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Wagner.
Hi, everybody. It's me again. So I just want to say, as a classified worker, I love my job. I mean, it's been going on for 20 years. I mean, it'll be 20 years in September. And before that, I was at Roanoke Park Katati School District, and then I was also with SCO. So I've pretty much dedicated much of my, life and career to being with students. You're right. I mean, everybody that works behind the scenes, we are the front lines. We are the marching people that keep the beats going, and we're essential. We are very essential to these students. I say good morning to every student. I don't know every student, but when I come across them, they're gonna hear me say good morning to them. And I hope you have a great day. And most of them are kind of like, some are a little shocked, and some of them are like, hi, thank you. So anyways, we do it out of passion. We do it out of love. We do it for our community. We do it for all of our parents out there. We want a community of children and students that are going to be contributing to having a good life. So anyways, we are essential, and I just want to put that in the forefront of your guys' mind. Thank you.
Thank you. President Manieri, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you. This comes back to the board for any further questions, discussion, or a motion. Director Sheffield.
Just a couple of comments. At board meetings like tonight, when we have special presentations to honor our students and our certificated and our classified, we always hear a personal story about the classified employees and what a difference they make on our school sites. And mostly these stories are about the connections that our employees make with the students. And that's really important. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your service, but also thank you for the attention and the care and the love that you give to our students, because it really does make a difference to our school community. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sheffield. Any other board members? Director Flores.
Sure. I just want to say that it goes without saying that our classified folks are, the people that pretty much do quite a bit of all of the work in order to run the school smoothly. I remember in graduate school learning that you better know the school secretary and the head custodian, because they'll make things happen for you, right? So, and I just want to say that we are, we're here. We support our, classified staff. I want to make sure that we honor them in the way that they should be honored, and I am looking forward to this year's negotiations. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director Flores. Director Medina.
Thank you. I definitely want to appreciate our classified staff. You're definitely appreciated. I see so much of what you do. And as one of the speakers said, they're essential, and without them, we're nothing. I can go back to my mom was a custodian in the district for a very long time, and I saw how important the work that she did was, whether it be cleaning up vomit, going to the school at like 2 or 3 in the morning when the alarms would go off, and making sure that they dealt with the police, figuring out what's going on, all those things, lately just making sure that our schools are clean, that our graffiti's cleaned up. So much important stuff that our classified staff does. And I know that the other awesome thing about it is the relationships they build. I know when I was a student, we had Fanny Reese, who was a campus supervisor. We called her Mama Lobo. And I still have an immense amount of love for her and I'm still engaged in communication with her through Facebook and such. But these relationships are important to our students in addition to the relationships that our students build with our teachers. So thank you for all you do. And with that said, I'd like to move that we adopt resolution 2223-64, recognizing the week of May 14th through 20th as classified school employee week.
Second.
Thank you. Before we do a roll call vote, are there any other comments that anyone would like to make? Well, I just, since we're giving folks a round of applause, I think we should also give our classified staff a round of applause. And I totally agree, Director Medina and Sheffield. I think we can all, share stories of how our we've been touched or impacted by our relationships with classified staff, whether that's at school as school-aged people or as adults. Now, some of you have children in our district, and I'm sure that you have your own relationships. So just want to really emphasize how important and beautiful those relationships are. And we're just so grateful that we have people on our campuses and on our staff who are willing to do that with us. Item E6, thank you, Associate Superintendent Kevin. Oh, we have to vote. Okay, so that was moved by, this is why I write things down. That was moved by Vice President Medina and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director Bowie. Aye. Director Medina.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. Director Flores.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye, thank you. And now we can move on to item E6. Ethnic Studies graduation requirement revisions. The board will be presented with recommendations and suggestions for revising and updating Santa Rosa City Schools Ethnic Studies graduation requirement. And presenting this action item are Dr. Castro, Executive Director Tim Zalunardo, and our TOSA Heather Garcia Rossi.
Thank you and good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. Board President Manieri, Superintendent Turnell, members of the board, and student staff, parents, and community of Santa Rosa City Schools. To present this action item, our Executive Director, Tim Zalunardo, and TOSA Heather Garcia Rossi.
Good evening. Let me just quickly make sure we're all set up electronically here.
And I'll just take this moment to say hi. Hello. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for waiting for me as I got that set up on our computer here. And let me take off my video for tonight. Great. Good evening. So thank you for having us here. Good evening, Superintendent Trunell, President Manieri, members of the board, and the Santa Rosa community. Thank you for having us here this evening to speak with you. And we're here to speak about the Ethnic Studies graduation requirement tonight. Before we do so, I just want to make sure I thank Julie Bowie publicly for her service on the Board of Education this year. I know that soon, not too soon, but soon that might be coming to a close for you. And we wish you the best of luck. Is it still UCLA? All right, well, have a very wonderful time there, and I'm sure you'll find that it's a very enriching experience.
Go Bruins.
Thanks for your service and your civic participation is part of what we're talking about tonight. So we're not going to go into a detailed description of every single thing because it would be just too much to talk about. We're going to let some of your questions at the end guide us where you would like more detail or more specificity. But we do want to make sure that you understand our main concern is to be here to recommend that we think about revising the Ethnic Studies graduation requirement. I'll make a slight change to how President Howell phrased it. We're not pausing anything. There's never been a pause. It's been full steam ahead since day one. We're just asking that in the analysis of where we are, that we make sure we be mindful of making, not leaving some students out of the opportunity to have the access to the courses. So to begin, I don't want you to close your eyes, but you could do the proverbial closing your eyes. You can imagine two scenarios. One scenario is that there are, and this is actually happening, you actually have courses for ethnic studies that are just a single 6-month semester. You have maybe staff that's had very little to maybe minor training and professional development. And you have students just sharing experiences about the classes, and they're not expressing too much of a experience of different transformation or change. On the other hand, there's scenario 2, which is not about an ethnic studies program, but it's about a community of practice. A community of practice is about a deep, enriched, and full approach to making sure students get access to what we have said this district will provide. And that is a transformative educational experience grounded in the assets of our students, staff, and community. So scenario 2 has guided our work all along, and it's what we continue to do. And with that, I'll turn it over to Heather.
Yeah, that first scenario was not our scenario. That's a hypothetical here, right? But it's not happening here. Will you press to the next slide? So the next slide is our mission statement, which was drafted in collaboration with Santa Rosa City Schools teachers, members of our community, and our partners in higher education. This was drafted well before we ever wrote our first course. And now that we have classes, it is our charge to uphold this mission, refine our systems and practices in the best interests of students and teachers based on their input as we grow. I would love to read the mission statement. In the interest of time, I'm not going to, but I just want to reiterate what Mr. Zalanardo said, which is that everything we do is with this mission statement at heart.
There is quite a bit to speak about since things were initiated. The main thing I want to note, though, is that a K-12 public education system was not designed to immediately respond to ethnic studies. As a matter of fact, it's coming from a college environment. And so every little thing that occurs requires the building of a system. And that may sound, of course, simple on the surface, but when you think about any specific thing, any writing of a course, any specific professional development, any kind of systems for moving through and speaking about what you see happening in classrooms, it requires building things a little bit from the ground up. And as I described it to Heather, it's like you go out to tend the garden on a nice sunny evening like we're having recently. And when you go to the shed, there's no shovel created. You have to build the shovel first before you can dig, because it hasn't been designed for our system. And that's part of what we're doing each step of the way.
So this slide indicates the years, not that the courses were written, but when they first went live on master schedules and became available for students. That means that they were drafted the year prior to showing up on this slide. And it's important to note that the pace of course development is directly correlated to the impact of COVID-19. And as we move farther away from the pandemic, we continue to accelerate the pace of our course development. We believe many of the systems we have put in place could be models for course development and support. And in fact, we have already been visited by outside districts to see what we are doing here in Santa Rosa City Schools. I am so proud to walk you through our course creation process, and I thank you for giving me just a minute to do that. The course will start when a teacher reaches out and expresses interest in developing an ethnic studies course. At that time, educational services then contacts teachers across the district, usually in the same discipline, but we have also had some interdisciplinary collaborations happen for beautiful results. Once we get a team, and Tim and I, for better or worse, are always on the team. Once we get a team together, we work for months, literally months, during release time and after school hours to collaborate and produce a course outline that far exceeds any minimum standard for a course outline.
Can I just ask one quick clarifying
please.
question? So I'm really curious about the beginning of this. So you said this is on a teacher to identify kind of their interest. And then the district kind of admin staff works to support that teacher's interest. Is that what I'm hearing? So it's the individual teacher's choice?
It's sort of, yeah. I mean, I personally go to all the department chair meetings at the beginning of the year and remind folks that this is an option. We also have ongoing professional development where we mention it consistently. So teachers are aware that this is an option for them.
I guess my kind of follow-up question, sorry, am I out of order here? I'm curious. I'm
Yeah,
gonna,
please.
so how are we lining up kind of an option with a requirement?
Yeah, and that's our duty tonight to kind of explain it to you. Yeah.
I would say as we go forward, that'll probably be a little bit more explicated, but the bottom line is in that deeper kind of work of making sure teachers had multi-years of kind of professional development, the key was to make sure that then those individuals often are the ones reaching out to us, ready to kind of build courses, and we're relying on that depth of knowledge and experience. And then we will also identify some courses ourselves that we think would be good places that would be ripe to support our students with more options. And so it's a mixed approach, but we definitely do depend on that kind of deep breadth of teacher knowledge. Instead of us saying, here's a course, assign it to a teacher, go teach it. We don't think that's going to be a very meaningful or transformative process.
Director Medina has a question.
Yeah, I'm just curious, have we done anything along the ethnic studies model curriculum that the state put out to? I know they have like 29 UC approved course outlines there to implement any of those.
Yeah, I mean, that link to that model curriculum is available to all teachers. All teachers know about it. We push it out from time to time. But again, our goal at Santa Rosa City Schools was for teachers to have autonomy, to know their students, to build courses. And I will continue to kind of walk us through the course development process because it might clarify things. But that is one of the resources out of many that we use.
I would just add one note. So Vice President Medina, one thing we always do is when we meet with teachers and begin the process, we look at other courses and we consider different courses and how they've been structured. And we make sure that we kind of review that before we launch forward. Sometimes those will be our own. And then of course, other times they come from all the other different resources we have.
Superintendent Trinnell, would you like to add?
Thank you for your patience as we work through some questions. I have seen the model, this rollout in multiple districts before us. And the uniqueness about how we're doing it here is that we really want to ensure that we're starting with our educators who are ready and getting them on board. I have seen systems that have forced people to begin this process before they're ready, and they're still struggling to implement this. The trajectory that we are seeing in the growth and development and the, I dare say the buy-in, but really the passion, as a term we've heard earlier tonight, truly the passion for this work and understanding how we replicate it, because it is our educators who then work with new teachers who are coming on board to exemplify how we're rolling out this work and learning together in that process. If we force people to do it because it is the requirement, then we may not get the quality that we are seeking in the way that we're rolling out the professional development, if I can say it in that way.
Yeah, and as Heather's about to continue, thank you for that, Superintendent Trinnell. We also want to mention that in reaching out to other districts to kind of understand their processes, sometimes we'll find some questions are not answered in the kind of the depth that we're hoping we'll hear. And then we realize that once again, a community of practice versus a program is a undertaking that's of a different nature. A program means that Heather Garcia at my school is the champion and she leaves, and now we're struggling to have that course work. If it's required, I have someone else appointed to it who may have no passion or desire. They might be willing to go through professional development, but they may not be ready at the moment I assign them. If we do a community of practice, it's multiple teachers across multiple sites across the whole district that have the ability, knowledge, and understanding of a discipline, ethnic studies, and its history and its tenets and its ways in which you have to develop curriculum differently and deliver pedagogy differently to engage the cultural and the personal identity and the cultural wealth and richness that we saw our students earlier for the Asian Pacific Islander item speaking about. And to give rise to that, we have to do a community of practice over a program. Thank you.
Well, now I just want to go all out of order because I feel like some of what's going to come addresses that, but I'm going to loop us back in. I'm going to bring us in. And just to make sure that we get to say everything that we want you to hear. So I'm going to go back to our course outlines, which I don't know, I've seen in other districts and even in our own, and even course outlines I've been a part of, I've seen them be 2-3 pages long. Our ethnic studies course outlines are 15-20 pages. This is a course proposal. Let me take that word outline back. It's not an outline. This is a course proposal, right? So we're writing these proposals of thoughtfully sequenced units that include essential questions, key concepts, academic prompts, assignments, projects, suggested materials, teaching resources. Of course, the model curriculum is in there, but so much more. And that is all vetted and by our teachers. At the same time, our proposals are intentionally worded to provide teacher autonomy so that they can be modified for sites and teacher interest and teacher passion and the students they have in front of them. All of that said, we have some non-negotiables that must make it into a course proposal. And they go through a pretty rigorous process through our ethnic studies steering committee before you ever see them to give them approval. Okay, those non-negotiables are a strong recursive basis in the tenets and pedagogy of ethnic studies, an emphasis on identity and intersectionality, opportunities for students to develop empathy for others, and a deeper understanding of themselves, their ancestries, their communities. These course proposals must include an exploration of systems of power, counter-narrative, cultural wealth. Each course must be based in expressions of resistance and joy. And each must include a call for social change and justice through student action. The last thing actually I will say is you'll see all these courses and I want to draw attention to 2024 and beyond. These are courses that teachers have already expressed interest in writing. And just since putting this slide deck together, we've actually heard from at least 3 or 4 others. So we see this rate of acceleration continuing, and we're only in May of this year. Director Medina.
I think one of the things that I'm not sure if it's the naming of the courses or how it is, but they're all like ethnic studies, ethnic studies, drama, English, history. And to me, in general, when I think of ethnic studies, I want to see Chicano studies, African-American studies, Asian American studies, and American studies, because you're talking about the identity and those types of things. And I think that's what's more empowering. And I'm wondering, is there something in the guidance that's just bringing these overarching general classes that are being proposed, or should we expect some more?
So I
of
can
those to
actually
come?
speak to that.
Yeah.
That was in the presentation. I cut it in the interest of 9:19, but I will point out, actually, if you look at the courses where we started, we started with courses that we thought these are very natural places to weave ethnic studies, right? So that we can capture a lot of students right away. As we have moved through, you'll see that we actually start to specialize to identity groups. So we have the mariachi class, we have Spanish for Spanish speakers, which really does a deep dive into the Americas. So there is some, there's indigeneity there. there's Afro-Latino, but really mostly it's a look at Latino culture and history of all the Americas. And we do see one of the courses that is 2024 and beyond that's not mentioned because it happened after the fact is an African-American literature class. So we started with the 4 identity groups, but as we are growing our community of practice, those courses are on the horizon as well.
How is this approach not multicultural studies?
That is a valid question, maybe on just the surface of the course's titles. We know that the heroes and holidays approach is not where we want to end up. And so that goes back again to a community of practice of understanding the depth of kind of what it means for at the base, like cultural relevance, and then moving into the practices of ethnic studies. It's part of why we've, and we'll speak to it later, probably pretty quickly now. It's why we've kind of made a multi-year experience of professional development for our teachers part of the process. It's very difficult in 1 year to learn about the history of the field and then feel like you can turn around and just begin changing curriculum and teaching. So that's why we scaled up to multiple years. And part of the key of those years is to be able to, in year 2, begin to play with your curriculum. And then in year 3, teachers and our staff move from beyond the classroom to in the community. And then we work by hearing what we could do in schools to better reflect the populations and the cultural identities and histories of those in our local area. And so that brings depth of knowledge and depth of kind of experience to the courses. And then lastly, if you go back to all the things that Heather was outlining, no course can kind of move forward without the key items that we were mentioning earlier. And so if you don't have a counter narrative approach, there's no way that course is going to move forward. If you don't look at intersectionality and issues of power, that course cannot move forward. We'll have to just keep developing it, which means more rich conversation and more back and forth and more development. And so those things are key to making sure it is not just a multicultural. And we use and reference often James Banks because of his historical knowledge and kind of the founding kind of one of the thinkers about making sure you don't just do a check the box multicultural experience, but it has depth and richness. And we're always referring to that in our work, not only kind of conceptually, but practically in the 40 to 30 to 20 hours we take to develop a course and then have it reviewed and have our steering committee say, sorry, this doesn't show enough resistance, take this back because we need to celebrate the ways in which the culture of this particular group has kind of kept themselves stronger in this particular time, most specifically in our US history course recently. And then we go back and we add some things to make that stronger.
I guess the one thing that I'd like to add is that along those lines, it's I imagine that for me, as a student, and even now, I see just a course called Ethnic Studies Drama. It won't appeal to me. I wouldn't want to take it because well, what's that?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And so I think the want and the passion for students who want to take the course is kind of what I would love to see. And I think that that's also important in that.
I think,
Sure.
Go ahead, please.
I mean, so these are the truncated course titles, and they're named this way to really address the graduation requirement, right? We need to know this is an ethnic studies drama class so that we are meeting because there is drama class as well, right? So we have to differentiate the courses in a way. The course codes will obviously do that too, but we need to be able to differentiate. But the course descriptions obviously are much deeper and richer than just this title.
I would add the following thing, because I believe that you're making an insightful kind of noticing. There might be a clear correlation between students' interest in course and the way in which it calls out or particularly identifies a cultural group or an ethnic group that we want to kind of spend some more focus on. I believe that in at least some of the reviewing I've been doing, I see a lot of kind of across different districts, kind of where we are, and then you see kind of one or two of these other courses you're mentioning. Like with Ethnic Studies California History, our basic ask kind of back to our colleagues is we need to make that really a Native American Indigenous Studies course. And so we're starting to move there. So I believe that through a community of practice, what we'll do is we'll have a broad base of what you would consider to be ethnic studies courses that kind of go through some of the key things we said must be in there. And usually we'll have a kind of overview and some deep dives on the 4 historical groups, sometimes some more than others. But I believe that we're pretty much on the precipice of a place where we can now move to making sure that we also have just as rich and robust outline of courses that speak to what you're asking, which might be a Latinx studies or African-American studies course, et cetera.
I just want to add, actually, Director De La Cruz, that from my limited exposure in comparison to a lot of the other individuals here, one of my concerns when I see these kinds of classes is that slipping back to just celebrating diversity. For me, when I look at the tenets that are in and required of all of our courses, it moves beyond that. If we stick to our tenets, then those that really help not just call out multiculturalism, but really give a student agency and give them the lens where we are facilitating them to advocate for themselves and learn and actually be active, contributors to society. Is what for me separates it. And actually, I think for me, actually, that's one of the reasons why we're here, because in our visits to other districts, we've seen that in an effort to really stick to a timeline for a requirement, the answers to some of the questions that we're wrestling with are we just wave that student out, or we haven't answered that sort of thing. And so we're really kind of trying to stick to these tenets that we want in every single one of our courses.
Board, I would really love for the team to finish their presentation. Soon we will have to.
So sorry.
No, soon we'll have to move to also extend the meeting. So I'd like to do that before we take more questions. Thank you.
I'd like to move that we extend the meeting as late as midnight.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We just, for the board, we have to go back to closed session and come back and report out. So we might need a little bit more time. So the motion on the floor is Director Medina said midnight, 12 a.m.
I amend to 11.
Director De La Cruz amended it to 11 p.m. Is there a second?
That's only an hour and a half, and I don't know if I still see a lot of things on the agenda, so. And we don't have to use up to midnight, so as far as we can.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, so the motion was to extend the meeting until midnight by Director Medina, and that was seconded by Director De La Cruz. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any abstentions or oppositions? Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to continue by moving forward to the next slide. But before I do, I just wanted to kind of piggyback where we left off and then transition us. The questions of how do we avoid making sure that the courses and the student experience is not just a multicultural Passover is what we're wrestling with. And I call it integrity of the community of practice versus expediency. And it is exactly what we're wrestling with. It's why, as we analyze where we are, we're in front of you, as Dr. Castro said, with the request and recommendation to extend the graduation requirement. Because as we analyze where we are, what we refuse to do, what we've always refused to do, and what we're going to continue to refuse to do is to allow expediency to dictate quality of depth. We just won't negotiate that. And that might mean we humbly come before you and say, would you please consider the following thing, because the depth of professional development, the scaling up of courses that are meaningful, and what we didn't add, and I'll end on and then hand it back to Heather, is hearing students tell us their experience. No part of this has existed without student feedback, input, and direction. That goes from the very first courses that were written with students saying they're writing them with us on Zoom during the pandemic shutdown, to what we now are doing as our IRB research-based focus groups. And we're asking students, what is your experience? And Heather and I have made the commitment that if students tell us this course feels like every other course, This course, I'm confused on why it's called ethnic studies. This course didn't seem to be very respectful, representative, caring, empathetic, build knowledge, build self-pride. We will not continue with that type of program. And we will return back to the efforts that are needed for a community of practice in which students say, I was going to save it to the end, but I'm just going to read it now. Ethnic studies is an outlet for diversity and change. It gives students a safe place to talk about the struggles they go through and strategies on how to change the dominant narrative. Ethnic studies gives me a feeling of hope that somewhere out there, there might be a person just like me. My class was a lot about seeing things from other perspectives, but also about finding our own perspectives and learning about ways to relate to others. As a Black student, I've always felt alone because I have no one to connect with, especially with my life experience as being a person of color. I haven't felt this heard and part of something in a while. By being able to name microaggressions, we can stand up and do something for ourselves and for others. Ethnic studies has allowed me a window into worlds I don't usually get to see into. It's helped me to think about and evaluate my presence in the world. You'll note senses of identity, intersectionality, power, cultural kind of narrative lenses, counter lenses. And lastly, a student recently told us, ethnic studies has been the class in which I've been the most intellectually and emotionally invested in the entirety of my educational experience. That's what we expect to hear as we scale up a community of practice. And why we're asking for a little bit of a delay in just the graduation requirement date, but we're not scaling back what we're doing. On to the next.
And in fact, we're
slide.
scaling it up, right?
Just ask another question. You just put forth two completely competing narratives about classes that don't feel any different and classes that are truly transformative. And I wonder how these classes got through that criteria that is really beautiful and, forward-looking and visionary and rigorous. How did they get through? How was there not kind of a check at the outset to make sure that that wasn't a multicultural studies class called ethnic studies? And then how are you lifting up the people who taught that second narrative and making sure that they are being elevated, teaching other teachers, having teachers mirror what, go and see what they're doing, because those two things just feel like completely different worlds. And I can understand, like, we want students to experience this and they're experiencing this, and that's not okay. But I'm having a hard time understanding why that means take away the requirement, which is in many ways the teeth to a policy, and to make sure that there is that sense of urgency and responsibility that our entire system feels. So I'm trying to understand kind of how do we have such polar opposite descriptions of our ethnic studies classes?
When we get into the reasons why we're recommending a delay, those might help explain some of the nuanced ways in which the jigsaw puzzle comes together. And that I'm going to do in just a few minutes. From the selection of comments we've taken and shared with you, we see most of them as being a positive move, because most of them are students either looking at us or writing about their courses, and us choosing some pieces that we might take from what they said. The key being that all those experiences are conveying a sense of appreciation. And in there, you also see ones where students are calling out what we expect to hear as they go through these courses. I don't know if I find any of the particular student experiences of the individuals we've spoken with where I don't think I can say literally anyone's told us that their courses did not feel significantly different, that those courses weren't substantially different in their content and the experience of the student.
I guess I'm not understanding what this other group is that you were referring to.
Yeah, I'm sorry, maybe I missed it, but I heard that maybe it's just a kind of a hypothetical concern that you don't want students
Oh,
to
yes.
say,
Yes,
okay, so that's a hypothetical. That's not
Yeah.
an existing rationale for why
No.
we're slowing down. Got it.
that's what we do not want. It's what we will not have.
And you're not hearing that from
And
students.
we are not hearing that.
Correct. That's what I'm trying to say. Maybe I misspoke.
Yeah. No,
I did.
It's me. It's late.
Yeah, yeah. And all along, there's been this hypothetical other school district, other model out there. I'm going to keep referring to it, just kind of in your proverbial mind's eye, like we could go this direction and we will not. And we are hearing the reflections of students that are saying that we aren't going that direction, that what we're doing is actually living up to what we said. But that in the analysis, it isn't. I'm just trying to be really mindful of time. But
Yeah.
I would say this and I'll move forward. There is no way when you work next to a colleague who says, I didn't have any of these experiences in my college experience or in my schooling. They're telling you, I need time to like let this digest before I move forward, and to scale up that way with side to side collaboration and really not be us handing courses out. It takes a lot of digestion.
And we'll get there. I will just,
Go ahead.
yeah. We spend time in every single ethnic studies classroom in our district, and we have not heard that hypothetical. We've only heard the quotes like you heard. So
Sorry, Director Medina, is this a question that can wait till the end, or do you want to ask it now? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Please proceed.
okay, so some of this we've already heard, so I'm going to kind of jump ahead. This list kind of shows the ability now of Santa Rosa City Schools, or that what we will have next year, to provide multiple opportunities for students to take an ethnic studies class and to fulfill their graduation requirement. Just now that we have this list, and not each class is offered at each site, but we now have a menu of classes so that sites can choose what works best for them, for their teaching faculties, for their special programs. They have this menu so that they can choose, using their strengths and their programs, what will work best for their sites, okay? Now that they can create their plans using this menu of options and create their master schedules, now they are positioned to go ahead and communicate with families and create individual pathways for students that also allow students to complete whatever educational pathway they are on. Okay. It took us this long and having this many options so that we wouldn't just insert a class and a teacher in a master schedule, but so that we could really use all of our assets and work with our master schedules without also impacting other important programs. Okay.
Here are on the left some of those student responses that I shared earlier. And once again, the key is the amount of courses that students have access to, and most importantly, in the master schedule, that school sites have the ability now to utilize, and then also identify the teachers on their staff that are passionate and wanting to teach these courses. And then, of course, I've had multiple years of support and experience. One example would be, to make it really concrete, at Pioneer High School. The staff there's been very careful in making sure that they have figured out where they're going to kind of help students meet the greatest level of the ethnic studies requirement, is primarily in the 11th grade English classes. They have teachers there who have had multiple years of professional development and work, and we've worked with them side by side. They've had maybe some experience with ethnic studies before they arrived at Pioneer High School. But then if you do 11th grade in Pioneer High School, as Julie is well aware, you might be in the early college magnet program. And so there might be a chunk of students taking English classes off site. And so that creates a wrinkle where you go, uh-oh, we chose what we thought was the right place to do this, but there are some nuances we have to do to still figure out how do we make sure we reach all of our students and those students don't slip through and we accidentally don't put them in a tough position. So those kind of micro nuances start to come up as school sites look at their staff, look at their programming and master schedule and start to make important decisions about how to fit that all together. So that's one of the things we've noticed that's come up.
And now that sites are making their plans, this is great. We're going to capture a lot of students. But then they're going to need time to analyze those plans and figure out who they're missing. And then, right, so we could find that we need even more courses besides just providing the courses that folks are really passionate and interested in, right? Where are we? Oh, PD. We have grown a PD series at a scale that is necessary to support teacher learning and preparation, because most teachers, there are some of course, but most teachers do not have an ethnic studies background. There's no credential for ethnic studies. So we have grown this very complicated scale, but really just very linear pathway so that teachers can deepen their understanding of ethnic studies, history, and tenets, and pedagogy and curriculum. And to do that from the outside, we've partnered with Dr. Acosta and his educational, why am I
Acosta
blanking?
Educational
Help me out.
Partnership.
Thank you, ma'am. Yep. And to ensure that our courses meet our high standards, even as we are writing them with teachers that may not have finished this pathway, we have an ethnic studies steering committee, which is made up of educators who have completed our internal pathway and who have ethnic studies backgrounds and who are currently teaching ethnic studies classes. So they look at our courses, they provide the feedback, they kick it back to the authors if necessary, and finally, we sit before you again. Well, we don't have to sit that time, but here they come to you, right? Oh, that's me? Okay. I think actually, I'm going to just let this one speak in black and white in the interest of time. These are the internal pieces that we provide so that teachers have collaborative time. They can check what's working, what's not working. They can share resources. They can visit each other. They can visit higher ed ethnic studies classes as well. So I said I was going to let you read it in black and white, and then I said it. There you go. Moving on.
We also have made sure that in the scale for the community of practice, that administrators and counselors are also engaged. So I think there would not be any question in Clerk Flores' mind that you have to have a whole school community awareness of how courses are different in ethnic studies, have to be enriched with the same kind of understanding and background. And then, of course, administrators as well. And the larger we get to a kind of community of practice that's broad, the more that we need to make sure that our administrators can help us in, maintaining kind of a support for our teachers in the classrooms and all the classes that are underway in our buildings. Which takes us to some key considerations. We wanted to share with you around the recommendation for the graduation requirement change. One was obviously, we don't need to belabor it. COVID-19 was a surprise that we all dealt with. I just want to point out that Heather herself has taught classes last year and she taught classes the year before. So we were actually asking her as a TOSA, who we were working closely on scaling up this community of practice, to be actively teaching classes during the day. She, in 2020, 2021, taught hundreds of students online. Also in COVID-19, we had the situation last year where we hired a 7 through 12 director to help with secondary education. He actually ended up running our mini school, which was referred to as AB 130. Due to COVID, students took classes for independent study online. He ended up not being able to attend to all the other things that were there. And so what would happen to be a properly functioning team is I would take a lot of my time and I would support. I was also subbing last year quite a bit. So COVID-19 had all those little nuances that kind of got in the way. That didn't stop us from meeting every week. Each week usually starts with us assigning ourselves tasks. We usually follow up with whatever we're working on, and we usually add new things to complete to continue to scale up. The second thing to consider is special populations. This is where we get into the nuanced pieces. I'll give two examples. State of California doesn't require ethnic studies courses until 25-26, the school year. You could have a student transfer into Santa Rosa City Schools. They may not be at a district that's offering ethnic studies classes before that time. And then the graduation requirement would apply to them. And then our schools would be responsible for making sure. What happens if they transfer in as a senior? What happens if they transfer with credit deficiency? So we take that into consideration when we analyze. Another thing that we've kind of thought about that can be kind of difficult or complicated is for our students who are, let's say, taking IB or AP classes, we wanted to make sure there was the nuance of thinking of concurrent enrollment, because they might have to use that if they're taking courses that are accelerating, and not any of those are crossing over some of the main places the school has identified where students will otherwise be getting ethnic studies courses. We've talked about program integrity. We've shared with you some student quotes, so we won't continue there right now. They all require systems. And the current reality then means there's still some gaps. And the biggest thing I wanted to share was one more example. Elsie Allen High School also went through the process of trying to figure out where are we going to make sure we help our students with ethnic studies and meet the graduation requirement. They have some wonderful teachers who were really eager and willing to take it on. And those teachers happen to be primarily in the 9th grade. So they identified that as the place they would really make the biggest impact for their students coming through in a lot of their English courses. Of course, that group of students didn't really start having those teachers working with them on these courses until this year primarily. And so the graduation requirement as it currently stands wouldn't be addressable by those students unless Elsie quickly, once again, decided to put courses in at places with teachers that it hadn't yet identified. Many of the teachers themselves didn't say there might be some at some level saying, hey, we'd like to take on those courses. And so that's how a practical school really taking time to look at their master's schedule and everything that's going on, building their dual language program, increasing their CTE offerings, and then also trying to make sure they find the right place with the right teachers for the right conditions for students to really feel enriched in the ethnic studies courses so they can feel they're doing justice to the questions you're asking. They have made a decision that puts it a little off the timeline. And our analysis is that is not a bad thing, that it's actually necessary to do the job that we've been tasked to do. So our recommendations are fairly clear. Notice we mentioned 2 different dates in the first one. Taking the Elsie Allen example into consideration, 2027, if you considered next year's freshman class, for them would be kind of the first year. That's assuming that everything's implemented, and Montgomery High School is also really looking at targeting their kind of freshman 9th grade as the place that they're going to go ahead and offer ethnic studies primarily focused. We do make sure that we ask for an editing of language to make sure we emphasize students should pass these courses. We do think it's important to explicitly identify concurrent enrollment, as I mentioned earlier. We do think that if you would consider middle school elective courses, it could increase the amount of courses that are happening at the middle school level. And we think it would only increase students' willingness to take more courses based on all the feedback we're receiving. Students are constantly saying, I want to take more of those courses. And lastly, one of the considerations could be like our special day classes that we offer. They are self-contained programs. If you had a teacher who was really well steeped in ethnic studies and they were to, let's say, be out during the students' kind of year in which they were supposed to be getting this curriculum, and we had a long-term sub, we wouldn't want to hold that as a negative for the students. And we wouldn't want to ask a sub to try to live up to the years of richness that teachers are getting through professional development and the supports we're providing. So those things all come into consideration, which then leads with the recommended kind of policy language on the second bullet, encompassing all those things I suggested. And I said at the beginning, we would really take your questions as our guidance for what to share. We already started doing that. And we also know this recommendation is going to be vetted and thought of by you, and that you will decide what you think is most appropriate in helping us move forward. And we know very strongly that without your decision in July 2020, the movement and the speed and the scale at which we're going may not be there. We don't want to inadvertently let any sites accidentally have a plan that doesn't capture all students. And we believe that the scale and number of courses, the professional development, and the knowledge base of our system is now in place where schools can actually really say we're capturing every student for a graduation requirement. And we weren't sure exactly if that was the case for the current class of 2025. That being the case, we want to ask you to once again guide us for what else you'd like, because we have gone through things fairly quickly, but we appreciate the questions so far.
Thank you so much, and for your effort to try to keep that as succinct as possible. Questions, I know Director Medina has questions. I'm assuming other board members have questions. We'll start with Director Medina.
Thank you. I was reading over the state model curriculum and guidance for districts. And one of the things that they ask is for districts to look and see how many of the teachers already have an ethnic studies background. Have we done that? And do we know what that number is?
We don't know that exact number, but I can say that what we've done is each year we reach out to all of our teachers and we ask them to let us know what their interest is in any training or professional development. And then we also ask them kind of what their background and knowledge is. Most of the teachers who have been in the professional development who have previous experience bring it up immediately as we go through that process.
And then there's this slide that shows like one approved course, 20 students, 450 students, 6,000 students. I guess the question is, about how many students do we graduate per year? And what's the goal in approved courses and students enrolled in courses like per year right now?
Yeah, I would say when we get to the 16 to 1800 range, we're kind of basically where we need to be, 1600 to 1800 for your graduating class. We've seen some declining enrollment, so it's hard to say exactly what the numbers are. You'll see some schools, at 400, some at 356. So that would be like our target range. And this, when you look at it next year, some of these courses are like specialized, like ethnic studies, dance might only be 1 or 2 teachers at some of our sites who do a single class. That's like, instead of capturing like a whole bulk of students, you capture, let's say like 33, the average. So that brings some of those projections down. And that's why we believe we're kind of right on the cusp of some of those nuances we mentioned earlier, plus some of those kind of courses that may not be as broad as, let's say, in ethnic studies English, which captures more.
How many students have already taken a course and met the requirement?
Great question. So in the senior grade class right now, we actually have about 25% of the students who you'd say have met the requirement. It's the same in our current junior class, and I know that the graduation requirement doesn't apply to either of those.
I'm sorry, what class and what?
Our senior class, our current senior class of 2023, it's about 25% of our students. For our current junior class right now, which will be the class of 2024, it's about 25% of the students. But one of the keys that we recognize in looking at this information is Director Bardelli helped us with some information. And what he helped us with was kind of these numbers. And we were looking at our sophomore class, which is the first one the graduation requirement applies to. And it was like very minimal. We're talking like it was like 4%. We realized a few key things. They haven't finished the course yet, so therefore they don't have the credit. So we don't actually know because it depends on passing rates. So we can only tell you what's enrolled, which is 1,000 students, which is about a double increase over what it was the year before. So this year we've got double the amount in there, but we won't know till that happens. The other thing we realize is like the choices of LC and Montgomery with the 9th grade focus, that wave of students coming forward won't include those per se, because that's where they have their best kind of strength, where they felt to really impact students across the board. And they primarily are seeing the bulk of students come through. So we realize that to bring that number forward to is kind of like incomplete until we see how the year ends this year. And then we actually know students going through the courses at classes at each school, what that model looked like.
Given what exists now, and let's say we assume that the requirement doesn't get extended, do we see the capacity to have those students, if they're, I guess, sophomores now, class of 2025 and forward, to be able to take the classes and get the requirement? Would there be prioritization, right? Where kind of like you do in college, these students have access to the class first before, freshmen, sophomores, whatever.
Yes, I mean, so if the Board of Education decided that we would keep the graduation requirement the same, we would turn around immediately and we'd say, here's exactly what you need to do. With LC Allen and Montgomery High School, we'd say, let's consider moving those teachers to a different grade level. I don't know how the teachers themselves would feel about that, depending on the amount of curriculum and depth they have at that particular grade level that they're currently at. And so that's where some of the nuances come. And we admit once again that in scaling up a community of practice for quality, there is that agency, not only of students that we want to develop, but in also our adults as teachers in providing these courses. And we have tried to avoid, you will put in an ethnic studies blank at this age right now, and you're going to make this teacher do it. We've tried to avoid that.
And have you noticed or felt kind of, I don't know, gosh, why am I blanking out on the word? But a slight unwillingness to want to maybe present course proposals. I know dealing with these issues can be uncomfortable at times. So have you noticed any of that?
I don't know if you said willingness or unwillingness. I'm just going to tell you that every teacher who has come to us to propose a class, to work on a class proposal, every teacher who is currently teaching an ethnic studies class is doing so willingly, enthusiastically, collaboratively, deeply. I mean, I am so proud of our teachers.
They don't take this endeavor lightly. They see this endeavor as seriously as you do. They believe the quality of what they do in the classroom with students with this content and this curriculum is essential. It's essential to the identity of the students. It's essential to our communities. And it's essential, once again, to our board promise and our district promise of transforming their experience in the hallways of our schools. And so we appreciate that. We don't think there's been any hesitancy on the part of teachers to collaborate and to scale up.
And just a little more clarification on the same slide. It talks about approved courses, but doesn't really show how many teachers are teaching each of those courses. Do we know how many teachers are teaching courses or how many sections there are?
Yeah, so at the beginning, and I don't want to open it up right now, at the beginning of this year, we provided an informational update that included the amount of teachers. And if you wanted me to resurface that, I could. It gave us the number, and it also gave us the actual kind of enrollment of students at that time. I think the 1,000 is a little bit less. I think it's 1,004 now. I just rounded it down, but so we do have that exact number.
I'll let other board members ask for a bit.
Thank you.
Director De La Cruz.
I had a couple of questions. The first is around what is the kind of professional development that has been afforded to counselors who play a really critical role in finding a pathway to, and they are advising students. And I've had my child is a member of the class of 2025, and he was going to be super proud to be the first graduating class in Santa Rosa City Schools to graduate with an ethnic studies requirement. And he has been battling to find a way to be able to do that, and has received advice from his counselor that is actually devaluing the importance of an ethnic studies class while he's in high school, and saying that it's not rigorous academically, that he would be better in an AP class, and that it's not going to help him get into college, all of which is flat out false if you're really understanding the value of this kind of education, especially for a proud Chicano kid. And so I just really want to understand like what we are doing to, again, be very clear about this is a requirement. This is an expectation. This is a policy of the board of directors of this institution that you figure out how to make this work. And we're here to support that. So if there's something that you need from us to make sure that that policy is implemented, I really want to hear about that PD to change culture and to make sure that the folks in these really key positions are doing their job to implement policy.
So we started with a coalition of the willing. And when we heard similar comments, we asked to create specific PD for administrators and counselors because the coalition of the willing, and remember, we're in the pandemic, so everybody is overworked. And, you know, it's hard to get subs, and counselors in particular, not in particular, let me backtrack those words. Everybody was burdened. And counselors didn't feel they had the time to attend, and they did not attend. So this year, we made an explicit professional development series for counselors, and we asked administrators to make sure their counselors attended. Like whatever you have to do in your front offices so that our counselors can be here, please do that. And they have been coming, and we need to do more. We need more time with counselors. We need more time with administrators, and we need to continue this with teachers.
So what are the accountability mechanisms in place to make sure that folks who are saying those kinds of things receive immediate corrective action or professional development support to make sure that that is not the message that our kids are hearing?
Yeah. So all I can say in full transparency without giving any details away is that when I have come across any kind of intimation of that, I immediately connect with the administrative team. I immediately go to the site. Immediately, within a day or two of their availability, but literally no longer than that. I sit down and I go through what I'm aware of, and I ask them to go through the process of looking into it, and then we address that appropriately. And then the professional development is that kind of supportive piece. It gives the history of ethnic studies for our counselors. It goes through the tenets of ethnic studies, and then it gives some glimpses into the teaching methodologies, practices, curriculum, and pedagogy. So we're making sure that they're getting exposed to and seeing that and wrestling with it just as much as our teachers. As we heard any feedback, Heather brought it to me right away and said, I think this is a group that we need to make sure we're involving more deeply. And that's also part of our analysis of like, oh, we've never scaled up in K-12 to a community of practice on something that's not been done in K-12 before. I've worked on scaling up programs before, like International Baccalaureate at Slater Middle School. We wanted to connect it to the high school, but there was things to hang our hats on that we could easily replicate. A lot of it's been kind of like learning, like, oh, did we miss a piece there? Let's make sure that we do better, and let's enfold that group, and let's kind of make sure the measures are in place.
I really appreciated the approach to figure out ways to partner with the JC to allow for dual enrollment and to figure out how that could be made a requirement. That was one of the things that this counselor did raise with my child to say, here's some way that you could take an ethnic studies class, just not on this campus, but at the JC and get what you need. And that it would also maybe meet your graduation requirements. I just wondered if you could talk a little bit more about that relationship to meet this specific requirement with the JC.
Yeah, so currently most of our students do concurrent enrollment. Dual enrollment usually includes kind of sharing an instructor, and there's all kinds of things about that. But the idea has been if the course goes and it's a course that right now is understood as it's going through an ethnic studies department, and we can be clear that that is a course of quality and that the student's getting a commensurate educational experience, then that will be, as suggested in the language, it will be called out as this is another route, which helps people think through the nuances. It helps students navigate their way. Not to say don't take it in our system, though. It's like, it would be, you might take that in addition to other things you're taking. It might be that because of your particular course load, when you transfer in your school experience and blah, 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 this is really going to be tight and this might be the best way to go about it. But our intent is to have them take it in Santa Rosa City Schools and get the feedback we're getting from students that's transforming their experience.
Yeah,
that's what we expect.
That would be my ideal situation, is that we have counselors in our system who are saying, this is a rigorous academic class. We're really excited for you to take this in our system. We've worked really hard on it. Not, don't do it here, go over there and do it, which I also think creates a situation where we don't have the level of enrollment that we need to justify the continued dedication of resources and attention to this. And so it's a chicken and the egg kind of cycle question. The last question that I had is, one of the things you said, Heather, just really hit me. I can't imagine a more incredible opportunity to teach kids about ethnic studies in the face of COVID, because not everybody was burdened in the same ways. Our students, who are a majority of students of color, had family members die in hugely disproportional numbers to white people in the systems. And that burden provides an opportunity for those kids to understand why. And I can't imagine a more beautiful and transformative approach to death and suffering in our community than being able to ground that in learning the why. And so I understand that COVID was really hard on so many of us. And I have the privilege and honor of doing a job inside of the County of Sonoma that's very similar to what it is that you're trying to do here with this work, that was born of and recognized the opportunity that this death and suffering afforded for us to do things differently. And so I wondered, how are we rolling in real life learning about what we have experienced and suffered as a community in a way that really honors and recognizes structural racism and an opportunity for kids to understand what happened to their families, that's grounded in history, that allows for that transformational and justice-oriented way of getting involved in making change in your community.
Speak a little bit, just kind of classes and work with teachers.
Is it a question?
Is that a direct question for right now? Sorry.
Yep, it is a direct question right now.
Question, how are,
Is there a way, and is that part of what it is that you're working on in terms of curriculum development to
Well, so I was
ground
just,
kids in
yeah, I was
that?
just asking Heather to go ahead and share some curricular experiences with building curriculum with teachers. One of the things that I'll add before as she kind of thinks through that is I have had countless conversations with educators where I say, what better topic to address than potentially impacts on their own life through the pandemic's most kind of intense time. I've actually just literally brought that up and said you can look at issues of health disparities, economic disparities, kind of all kinds of just disparities that are culturally and socially baked into our system. So I've literally said it. And that's part of working closely with teachers and talking about the curriculum they're teaching. But
and I think what I want to add is this is why we need ethnic studies in all disciplines, not just in history, not just in English, but also in math, also in the arts, so that we can heal, so that we can see what communities are doing, how they are resisting, how they are reclaiming their identity. I mean, this is exactly why we want this menu of courses. And this is exactly why we want our ethnic studies collaborative, so that teachers are not working in silos in this discipline, but are collaborating together. It's why each of our courses needs to have an action, a student action piece. It's why we need to look again at systems of power. I mean, it goes back to what is ethnic studies and how do we make sure we are truly staying true to the tenets and the purpose. And so I think rather than give you a direct example, I will say, yeah, we worked on that with a stats for social justice class. Yes, we look at literature and in English and relate it to today. And we, look at provide students with opportunities to express their own experiences and their familial experiences yes, we do all that. But to me, the answer really lies in the interdisciplinary collaboration that's happening in our community of practice in ethnic studies.
I'm sorry, I had one final question. I promise this is a short one. Did you give any consideration, given that we're currently at, looking at 60 to 70% of attainment for the class of 2025, was there any consideration given to an opt-out program? If students and teachers and counselors met certain criteria that said, okay, if these things have happened, then we're going to allow you to opt out for the class of 25, 26, 27, and then come back to expecting 100%, but not taking the foot off the urgency, the urgency gas. Has there been any consideration to an opt-out program?
there's been discussion of a waiver that would apply. And so you would say
Waiver.
likely graduation, yes. I think some of our hesitation around that has been in the fact that, I don't know how to parse this out exactly, but so let me just put it this way. There's been no attempt to in any way reduce efforts in any manner of this process. And any kind of date change would not in any way also reflect that kind of the urgency you're feeling. It wouldn't like slow down the process. So the waiver, the concern would be that it becomes a norm that students, because of certain academic programs, are not like, oh, well, they don't have the room for that. And we don't want, there was some hesitancy about looking at that as the answer, because we don't want to have that become part of the vernacular of how we see students moving through Santa Rosa City Schools and the experience they have.
I'll just say that is currently part of the vernacular, right? That kids would be better off taking an AP language class than taking ethnic studies English. And so we're not avoiding anything by having a waiver program, because that is already what is being said to students in our systems who are in the class of 2025, who are excited and want to find a way to take an ethnic studies class. Yeah.
Director Flores, do you have questions?
Yeah. So I think it's pretty clear that back in 2020, this board made a decision, right, to institute direct ethnic studies. My question to you is, what would the consequences be if we were to vote no on this? You're asking for more time. I get that, right? I heard the reasons why. I want to hear the implications as to what will that look like systemically and systematically, right, throughout the district if we were to vote no on this.
I think the first thing is I don't believe we could, I don't know if we could scale up professional development for teachers any more than we have it currently occurring. So one thing is what would happen is you would have teachers at an earlier point potentially in their own development, taking on courses maybe before they really feel like they're steeped in the background and before they've really had a chance to apply curriculum to the knowledge they're getting. So usually in year 2 or 3 of kind of their development, there's more with the curriculum. In year 1 spends a lot of time on kind of the history of the field and the background and tenets. I think you would see in master schedules, you would see CTE programs that are currently at 3, maybe plan to go down to a concentration and a capstone. You might see those being cut off earlier than were planned in terms of the sequencing for students to be able to get ethnic studies in and complete their CTE pathway that they were working on. There are programmatic tensions that exist. There are a lot of things students are trying to achieve. You would see administrators looking at their master's schedule and immediately, like I said, rearranging potentially where they have personnel placed. They would probably be changing maybe grade level of personnel. They would be doing some recruitment efforts, obviously, but they'd be placing other courses in, and there would be some of the requests that they've made for course selection and electives that students are going into or courses that students are going into may not be possible due to the competitive nature what the student has to have access to for a graduation requirement. The benefit of it would be that everyone would be honed in on immediately making it happen. That's the benefit. But what we've tried to lay out here is that there may be, for a community of practice versus a program, there may be some negative consequences to that. Those would be just really practical things that would happen immediately. You'd probably have some parents write to ourselves and to the board and say, we didn't feel like there was really time to prepare. This is impacting my child's kind of course through this. Those would be just some immediate.
So, in turn, what do you need from us to make sure the class of 2025 is the first graduating class with this requirement?
I think there's been 2 ideas so far that I've heard tonight that seem relatively within reach, and I don't want to go outside my grasp of my supervisors and the superintendent, but a waiver is language we currently use for certain things, and it's a possibility. You then maintain, once again, I have some concerns about just a waiver being used without as much close analysis as we want. We don't want that to become just kind of normal practice. The other thing that is mentioned is really just kind of saying, okay, we as a system have all these pieces in place. We've scaled up kind of as much as we can go. At this point, we need to just say you have the pieces in place, go for it. Those are the 2 options that I see in front of us. I think the waiver provides a little bit more flexibility so some of those consequences I detailed don't occur. And once again, I'm not trying to be flamboyant and like what some of the negatives could be. I'm just trying to be honest.
Okay, so in terms of training, how we've looked at micro credentials.
Yeah, so this is a whole nother layer of okay, so yes, we have. With the Acosta Educational Partnership, we were discussing that the completion of this 3-year sequence would then kind of like qualify a teacher for this kind of recognition. And then we were working with Asia Leduc at Sonoma State University to try to get salary placement recognition of that and actually have an internal credentialing system in place because it doesn't exist currently in our state to make sure our quality as program is not just multicultural education. But once again, that gets back to that scale up and where we've in our analysis said We, as a system with our current requirement, may not quite be there to be able to say each of those teachers has that, because currently we have teachers who are onboarding courses and they're just in their first year of professional development. They have to do that at minimum to be teaching an ethnic studies course. They have to get the history and the background, the tenets. We have some that are in their second or third, but obviously it's varied, and most of our bulk is in the year 2 or year 1.
Do we have the actual numbers of how many teachers are being onboarded on with micro credentials? And I believe this is one of the reasons why you're asking for the extension of time. And then how many of those teachers will be full, well, not fully credentialed, will have those micro credentials by the time our graduate, well, for the class of 2028?
Yeah, so we had some numbers. Where was I on it? Is it back? Is it blocked by my thing here? So this is our 22-23 snapshot of ethnic studies PD totals and the amount of teachers in the ethnic studies 3.0, which is kind of like the end. That is the smallest group at this time. That's about 20 teachers. And then we have about a bulk of 40 in ethnic studies 2.0. And then we have we have about 28 to 30 in ethnic studies 2.0, and we have about 40 in ethnic studies 1.0. So if our internal credentialing idea is kind of where we're headed, it would be seen as your 3.0 would be the capstone, and we have the smallest group there
Okay,
right
so
now.
my question is, out of those teachers, are they already in the process of getting their micro credentials? Okay, that's what I thought. They're not.
Because we haven't finished that system, right? So that requires working with Sonoma State. It requires putting other systems in place as well. And with the numbers that Tim just provided, these are K-12 teachers also. So we have to then filter into secondary teachers, which is going to mean that there are even fewer.
If we said it basically that, if we were 3 teachers and we said, representing the masses, that we had to have a micro-credential system in place, which is what we want to go towards, we wouldn't have the ability to have the classes that we're offering even now, because a lot of those teachers have not gotten through the 3rd year. Teachers will tell you in year 2 or 3, dang, before I'd started teaching, I wish I'd done some more professional development, because this just keeps going deeper. My practice keeps getting better. So the micro-credential, if we were to say that you had to do year 3 before you could teach an ethnic studies course, which is what we would like, we can't with numbers right now do that. It's not
And-
feasible.
And to be fully transparent as well, this is wonderful. AEP is wonderful. It's not enough. So if I want to really talk about a micro-credential, there are other layers that I would like to see added in. I would like to see a unit developed by a teacher. I would like to see commitment to participate in a collaborative. I would like to see an observation. I mean, there are other things. When we talk about a credential, that's a lot of work. When we talk about a micro-credential, it still has to be some work. We're talking about salary placement. We're talking about all kinds of things that really have to be sussed out.
Heather and I have identified about 6 things that we would like to be in place. You mentioned about 5 of them right now, but we would not be able to do that and scale up to the current graduation requirement. It just would not be possible.
I don't know if you know Teresa Montaño. I mean, she works at the state level in terms
Yeah.
of, implementing ethnic studies, right? I mean, this is one of her tenets, which is making sure that our teachers are fully qualified to teach these classes. Otherwise, we're just watering down the curriculum.
Yep.
And that brings me to my next question. So how are we able to follow fidelity of the 5 tenets? How are you measuring that?
Yeah, so that's where 2 of us are, that's some support we could use, right? We have to work with administrators. So we are working with administrators to identify kind of walkthroughs and what they could be seeing.
We've built a rubric for
built a
principals to
rubric.
use from the ground up based on the tenets of ethnic studies. So when they walk into a classroom, we know exactly what to look for. That's one thing. The other thing that we've done is we made sure that in our coursework with teachers, when we write course proposals with teachers, those are front and center, and we're referring back to those. and referencing those. In the collaboratives where teachers have a chance to talk about their curriculum, learn from each other, we're referencing those as well. We've also made sure our principals are steeped in them just from the knowledge point, and our counselors have been exposed to them now as well with this year's professional development. And so with the rubric in place with our administrators and with kind of like the consistent referencing back as a guidepost for how courses are developed, et cetera, the key is to make sure those are embedded deeply.
While also working with our teachers so that this does not feel evaluative, but feels supportive and collaborative.
Right. And lastly, do we have a system in place where the ethnic studies curriculum is being integrated not only at the secondary level, but also at the elementary level? And what does that look like? What's the plan?
Great question. I can say that yes, but the initial piece is that the focus on the graduation requirement and trying to make sure that we met that as best as possible, definitely put a focus on the secondary level or a fine lens on that. So currently we are in talks with the California Indian Museum and Cultural Center, and they are looking to work with our teachers in grades 3, 4, and 5. And next year, they're going to sit there and write curriculum with them for those units that they already have, changing the focus on Indigenous and Native populations in California in that curriculum, specifically in those grade levels. And our two directors who primarily work in elementary, Executive Director Dillon and Director Haley, have reached out to go visit the museum themselves and speak to the folks there. And one of their one of our colleagues, now becoming one of our colleagues who works there, is working with the state of California for the model curriculum for Native American studies. And so that's how we're going to bring in her emphasis in the elementary realm.
Thank you.
Thanks for the questions.
Thank you. We have a few more questions. We'll do Director Sheffield, Director McNally, and then Director Medina. And just as a time check, we have been discussing this item for over an hour now.
So I'll just be really brief because so much of the presentation was around collaboration and trying, wanting the desire to have buy-in from our teachers and maybe moving forward with that buy-in passion. And so with this proposal, I guess what I'm getting at is how much do we know what kind of buy-in? We have not heard from teachers. I think it would be more impactful possibly to hear from teachers, to hear from students. I know we have some quotes and even counselors. This is, we were very ambitious. I want to say we were ahead of the state in 2020. We're ahead of the state now. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying about wanting to be collaborative. I want to hear that I want to feel that collaborative. It's getting late. Thank you. Add a NIS on there. Thank you. So that I can agree with what you're at. I want to hear that. I want to know that, I know we're moving in the right direction. I hear what Trustee De La Cruz is saying, and I hear what her kid is saying. And when we did make this proposal, there was so much excitement behind that. And as you had also mentioned, we've had schools come and see our program. I want to be with you on the collaborative approach, but I also want to hear maybe from teachers.
Director McNally.
Try to be quick. So I believe in ethnic studies. I believe in doing it right. I believe in doing it in a way that supports those teachers who you've been talking about who are so excited about it. I'm also hearing from some of my fellow board members about the urgency. And so I'm wondering, is there any compromise between 2025 and 2028?
Yes. Obviously the direction of the board will be what we work with and passionately follow up on. Once again, there's not been one, I just don't know how to express this. There's not been one iota of one moment since the board passed in July 2020, the ethnic studies graduation requirement, there's not been 1 second that Heather Garcia Rossi has not spent time thinking through and how to build this up, and that I haven't helped and sat down and worked with her just as much myself, not one single day or moment. So that being said, we could say, once again, knowing that our 9th grade focus for Montgomery and Elsie, 2027 is something I threw out. You have multiple years between 2025 and 2028. There's 2026. I just do believe that looking at the number of students in classes, it was like a puzzle. You had to have enough courses for students to be enrolled in and enough seats to meet the graduation requirement. We're finally getting to that point where we actually have enough seats. Without enough seats, we could never meet the requirement. At the same time, we were trying to make sure the quality was there and the teacher training and the understanding and the efficacy was there. We're at the point now where we think we have enough teachers deep enough in this professional development cycle to really say with confidence it's not just multicultural education with the quality of what the courses are like. And now principals are at the point where they have to look at their master's schedules and understand that. So you have all the range after 25 before 28. Our recommendation comes from never letting ourselves off the pace of developing this, but just from the analysis of places that we've seen some gaps and we've seen the puzzle of enough seats, enough knowledge and ability, and enough master schedule development to all come together. And that analysis says, let's not put ourselves in a pickle that we wish we hadn't. So there's other years.
Okay, so looking at the language on the recommendation, it talks about the completion of the middle school ethnic studies course with a grade of C or better prior to grade 9 shall satisfy the requirement. But it says though high school credits will not be awarded. And I'm wondering if there's something in ed code or law that doesn't allow classes that are in 8th grade to receive high school credit, because I think these are generally the expectations that they meet the A through G requirement, which if there's nothing legally preventing us from giving them that credit for like high school, why couldn't we do that?
Great question. It was not done out of whim. I looked at all of the courses in middle school that currently give students content knowledge validation, and none of them accrue credits in high school. So that's true for Math 1 in middle school. You can take it. You will get the content credit. Let's not think of the number, but just like the content authentication, validation, but they won't have any high school credits as they go into high school. It's true for world languages as well. So I kept that specific part in alignment with all of Santa Rosa City Schools policies for cohesion.
And in the line added that says including courses offered through dual or concurrent enrollment, I assume that means through junior college or CSU UC.
That's correct.
If we add that section, would there be some sort of like guidance, like which courses? I know with like the JC usually like courses that are numbered from, I don't know, 1 to 49 or 1 to 99. Is that something that would come later?
No, currently it's been articulated to our counselors that if currently students take classes, as you know, in concurrent enrollment and get credit in high school. So the key is if it's through an ethnic studies program and their ethnic studies courses through that school or that program of ethnic studies, that would count. If we have to get into like individual courses, that would require a lot more in-depth analysis of those course descriptions, et cetera, from other departments. And we don't want to go down that road until we have enough time to vet those. But so the guidance would be there that at least off the front end that you have those exact one-to-one correlation.
And in terms of like what's, I guess, guiding how we work, are we only like looking at stuff through Acosta? Or I think San Diego County Office of Education got $5 million from the state to develop assets, resources for us, all the schools in the state. I've seen that LA County Office of Education has put out a great toolkit because they've had this in place for many years. So I'm just wondering, what are we also looking at that?
So we have, it's also a little messy because we sort of have two umbrellas, or one big umbrella, but two, whatever goes under an umbrella. When we talk about who's training in ethnic studies, right? We have our K-12 teachers. And then we have our teachers actually teaching ethnic studies right now. And so in the group of ethnic studies teachers, and they participate in a collaborative, they have had more opportunities for professional development because they're in the rooms right now teaching the courses, right? So in that case, and we're opening it up again to the CI, California Indian Museum and Cultural Center. So that's getting opened to more folks. So far, that's really been confined to our 3.0 group, right? But next year, we're expanding that. We've been working with Redbud Resources, primarily through our ethnic studies teachers. We have collaborated with San Diego, who's doing sort of a nice online monthly collaborative, and our teachers have been, but our ethnic studies teachers, right? So, and then we are constantly looking for kind of one-offs, or, you know, a lot of emails come through, and one of the nice things about having the collaborative is we already have dedicated time. So I can send out an email to our ethnic studies teachers and say, hey folks, we had this collaborative scheduled. We're gonna line up our date with this, single kind of one-off PD. So our ethnic studies teachers are actually getting a whole bunch of dips, some consistent, such as with Redbud and San Diego, and some kind of just as they pop up. But that's just for the teachers teaching right now. And we still, before we scale up, and that's a financial and a timing reality, right? So as we scale up, we need more teachers to go to that level of depth with us.
We also work with Facing History.
Facing
So
History.
there have been other consultants and other organizations that we use to support us.
And I think the other thing that I'd add or ask is, for me, this issue has been going on for a long time. I mean, I feel like I've taken a baton from lots of people behind me, before me, that have come, worked on this issue. Here with this district, it started in 2014 for me. I go back to an email from November of 2017 that I received, that the district had committed to push for a culturally relevant ethnic studies curriculum. The district is now planning to adopt and implement the curriculum in the 2019-2020 school year, right? That didn't happen. When I got on the board, I really wanted to push this, and we're here today. And now I feel it's like 3 years later from when we adopted this requirement, and now it's like, it feels like, well, let's push it more. And the feeling that I got is like, how much longer do we have to be invisible? And what's to prevent it from happening again, where 2 years, 3 years later said, oh, we need more time. Like, it just keeps getting pushed back. And that's kind of the perspective and sentiment that I'm coming from. So what's to stop it from being held back again?
Yeah, I think
Yeah, I think it's a direct
Is that a direct
yeah.
question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have two answers to that, but please go ahead.
I don't know that I have anything new to say that hasn't been said. I mean, 2020 to 2023, and I hear you. Like, I hear you. I cried when we passed that resolution in 2020. I couldn't speak. I don't think I've ever been as excited in my educational career, and I take it very seriously. But it hasn't been that long. It really hasn't. From 2020 to now, given the task and the task force, it's not a long time. I mean, I want you to hear that at the same time that I tell you I hear you. But I don't want to do this wrong.
Mm.
And I guess that's all I can say about that.
I think your question's a good one. I love it. It's the same question I'm asking myself, not from your point of view, but from mine, for our students in our community, for every single person on this board, for every single person that's ever walked into this, boardroom, for every student that's going to come later. I don't believe that we're going to have less of an experience with the change in the date. There's actually more going on. And if this presentation was only about what we're doing, this would be a totally different conversation. And I think you'd be like, wow, this is going fairly well. But because that one piece is in there, it becomes kind of a cognitive disconnect about how do we talk about this. And I want to say it's almost irrespective of the date. The experiences of students at the fastest level we could scale up to make sure there's a community of practice of quality is in place as much as we can have it at this point. And those students are having experiences where they're telling us this literally, again, they're literally telling us the most intellectually, emotionally invested in the entirety of my educational experience. I think it's because they're experiencing what you want them to experience. And we're trying to give rise to that, and we will continue to do so. And we also appreciate the board's impetus and emphasis on we want this as soon as possible. It's happening now. It is as soon as possible.
Okay, I think we need to move to public comment because then this needs to come back to the board again. And we have one blue card, and this is from Margie Brady Long.
Hello, I'm Margie Brady Long. I'm talking to you as a teacher at Maria Carrillo High School. I am part of the program of implementing ethnic studies. I want to tell you there has been incredible progress since you passed this. And the idea that there hasn't been is demeaning. I've sat in the PD sessions with teachers from kindergarten through 12th grade, that's where the students that they're trying to implement ethnic studies with. And I want to tell you there is rich things happening that whole way. I also want to let you know in those rooms, sometimes it feels a little drafty because of the empty seats, because we can't get subs to get the teachers to come to the training. And that is horrible. I personally am teaching stats for social justice, and we are doing that there was a book purchased, but the book doesn't have any social justice in it, and trying to figure out how to do that in a real way is quite the challenge. I could go into great detail, but instead I want to tell you about two groups of students I was with today. One group are sophomores who are AP-minded kids, and the only way they're going to meet this graduation requirement is to go take the class at the JC. And they think that if we're going to have a requirement, there should be a pathway for all kids to be able to take it within our system. They really think that's an unfair thing. And the only place they can figure out to get that to fit is in 8th grade. So the current 7th graders need to have that option as an 8th grader to be able to meet the requirement to graduate with this thing, with this requirement within so that they would like you to wait until the class of 2028 because they think that's 2028, yeah, because they think that's fair in how things actually work. The other group of kids that I was with today are kids that are bogging their way, I think that's the right word, through cyber high, trying to meet their graduation requirements. And I don't know if you're aware, I feel like we haven't looked at data for how many students are struggling to graduate. And this one more thing, if they didn't pass the class that had this attached to it, how do they make that up?
Margie?
Like we need a whole.
Thank you. Thank you. That was 2 minutes.
A whole bunch of choices, and we're not quite there. Thank you.
Thank you, Margie.
Director Zaldanaro, could you unshare your screen so we can see the timer? Thank you so much. There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item E6. Please raise your hand at this time. Our first speaker is Deanna Oliveras.
Hi, Superintendent and Board. 2 minutes is not enough for me to express everything I would like to, but I'm a single mom that worked 10 hours today and am still on this board meeting. I give kudos to, I believe, Tim and Heather. They had put so much thought and effort, and I will say, I don't even agree generally with the ethnic studies requirements, but the fact that they put so much effort into this, they have done more than teachers and the school board. Omar Medina years ago asked for this to happen, and all of the current school board members voted yes, but no logistics were considered. No graduation requirements were considered. Nothing else was considered. We have students that would definitely benefit from this requirement, but we also have students that are barely graduating. I have a sophomore at Maria Creo that's accelerating, but I also have a senior at Ridgeway that's barely graduating. We all have students at different places. And the fact that just because LA School District did this doesn't mean we can. And if families haven't advocated for this, and if teachers haven't advocated to teach this, what are we doing? We're throwing more prerequisites on students and teachers, and we can't even retain teachers. This doesn't seem feasible. It seems honestly like preposterous. Like, our families and students, they don't feel safe at school. They're not sure if they can graduate, but yet we're going to throw something else at them. And we don't even have the teachers that are certified or qualified to yet teach this. Let's get back to the basics.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Oliveros. Our next speaker is Damian Arguenta. Damian, if you're there, you can go ahead and speak. You have 2 minutes. Okay, we're going to move on to Anna. Anna, if you can please state your full name for the record.
Good evening, night, almost midnight. I don't know what it is. My name is Ana Lugo, Superintendent Trinell, Board of Directors. It's good to see some of you on screen again. I want to say a couple of things because I have been following Santa Rosa City Schools for a long time. I was at LC Allen in 2005 to 2003, I think, to 2005. And conversations around matters of justice for people of color have always been an add-on, have always been a thing, have always been something that's not necessary, that's offensive to many people, that's offensive to teachers. We went through this with A through G, where it could not be done. There were always so many reasons as to why not. There were teachers who said that some students are just not meant to go to college. And this ethnic studies conversation strikes me as no different. The whole idea of starting with the willing is problematic in and of its own. And I completely understand from a project management perspective, all of the challenges and the pandemic and all of the different reasons as to why things slow down. And yet I think justice delayed is not justice, and the fact that ethnic studies and the requirement for ethnic studies has to be delayed because the district is not putting the appropriate resources in place and not being creative. I think that's the biggest problem. And I think that it is about time that we start to understand that ethnic studies isn't just for people of color, it's for all of our students to be able to learn about their identities so that we don't continue to have the challenges that we've had to pass these kinds of policies to date. With that, I thank you so much and I hope you have a great night.
Thank you. I was going to try Damien again. I see he lowered his hand, but if Damien, you're still there and you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. President Manieri, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you. So this comes back to the board, and my question to the board is whether we are ready to make a decision this evening or if there is more information that needs to be brought back. If we have more questions, perhaps this is something that we need to take more time to have a conversation about, and definitely not at 10:45 at night. So I see a hand up and then I see a head nod. So I will start with Director Medina and then Director De La Cruz. Your thoughts?
I think I'd recommend at least first. There's a lot in this recommendation. And I think first I'd like to consider the recommendations without the change of 2028 and adopting the rest of it first. If we could do that, I mean, that's what I'd recommend before talking about the 2028 portion. So I don't know if folks would like to talk about that or if I should just make a motion.
I want to put that on pause for a second and hear what Director De La Cruz has to say.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to be super clear tonight that in no way do I understand that your powerful and transformative and tireless work to not only change the culture inside of this massive institution, but also develop some very highly technical new skills for folks who want to do this well. I see that and I love on that. And I'm so I really want to hold you up and say thank you for all of that work. I also want to say that I don't want to take my foot off the gas pedal. I heard tonight from an administrator that he needed more clarity about what was appropriate to teach elementary school kids about Thanksgiving, and that it wasn't about a happy time for Native Americans and abundance. I can't believe that that level of clarity is still required in our administrators. And so for that reason, I really think that it's critical for this board to keep its foot on the gas and to support you and lift you up and to move from the willing to this requirement, because that's what this policy is. I also want to lift up Harry Belafonte in this moment. He said something that he spent his later years in life encouraging young people to be more rebellious, to be more angry, to be more aggressive in making those who are comfortable with our oppression uncomfortable. This is an uncomfortable conversation for many folks who have never had to consider these things before, but it is life-saving for those of us who have lived it and who struggle in the face of history being taught to us that is not reflective of what we know in our bodies, in our own histories, and from our own people. And closing the gap between that, literally, as you've told us tonight, changes kids' lives and changes their outcomes and makes them feel like they are scholars for the first times in their lives in ways that is meaningful. So I'm really uncomfortable in taking my foot off the gas pedal. I'm uncomfortable in rolling back on policy requirements that we have set for lots of good reasons, like our state has set. We are following state leadership. We are following other jurisdictions. I also want to say, right, I'm doing this with you in a different place. Dedication to perfection, it will never get this work done, right? We are such incredible perfectionists as professionals in white supremacist systems, okay? Those two things sit right next to each other and they support each other. And unless we are going to be okay to struggle and to fail and to be vulnerable in those failures and to listen to our kids tell us that actually they know more than their teachers do, we're never going to get this done. And so I want to open up some space for all of us to be super vulnerable and really uncomfortable, because that's transformative. And that's what will let our kids know that their voices need to be heard in this process in ways that we have never allowed for before. And that's one of the things that I find just so beautiful about what you've shared with us about the process of really having that participatory piece of student design in all of this work. I also want to recognize that the majority of our teachers are white. And one of the things that we've recognized in equity work in the County of Sonoma is that white people need to talk to white people about race. And if you try to do that in mixed race spaces, sometimes that can really hurt, because you really do want to focus when you're doing equity work on underrepresented, underserved members of your population that are championing work that's uncomfortable, right? And so I've heard from white folks who are really dedicated and doing beautiful work, that they still feel like they need a different skill set than what is being taught to us by powerful men of color who are dedicating their energy and love to folks who they want to lift up in our systems who are still on the very margins of their existence. So I really want to consider what it would look like to do, white affinity spaces and focus on making sure that white folks are okay with being uncomfortable and are okay with failing, right? And are okay with hearing from their kids, who are majority kids of color in our system, that they need something different and better. And I also want to lift up that there are such beautiful, powerful white thinkers and teachers in our systems who are killing it, right? I want to love on Erin Geary. I want to love on Night Snow Vote. I want to love on Ashley Bell. I want to love on these people who are just leaned in with so much love and pride for their kids and recognizing the power of this work. This is about principle. This is about the policy is about principle. And I'm in your seat in my other job. And the space between policy and principle and implementation and reality is massive. And the more that we can have these kinds of conversations about what you all need us to do, and whether that's additional resources and going to, find whatever exists at a statewide level to get the kind of money that LA and San Diego have to build up their systems and to create that space for subs that we can't find and we can't bring in, or to incentivize teachers who are taking on this extra super vulnerable work. Let's pay them more. Let's figure out how to build bonuses in for that, those micro certifications. Micro, is that the word? But, right, so the board's pressure here is important. It's meaningful, and I don't want to roll back on that. So I really want to continue the conversation to find a way that says it's a graduation requirement for the class of 2025. And we're going to find pathways to make sure that teachers have what they need, that kids have what they need, that nobody's losing out on something that they really want to do, that we're not in a zero-sum game, okay? When we start talking about all the things that we lose when we do ethnic studies, guys, that's a zero-sum game, right? How can we do both? And that takes creativity and time. I get that. So I really do want to continue this conversation about lining up the resources that you need to do this well and figuring out what the off-ramp is for a certain period of time until we have what we need to be able to do this, throughout the system. I also really want to appreciate the ways in which, we have leaders that have created space and valued the time that it takes for teachers to do this, and building in that PD and recognizing and valuing the need to do that. That's really beautiful work. And I want to continue to lift that up and to support that. So adelante, y'all, right? Forward with love, with respect, and with a lot of gratitude for what this means for our kids and for our teachers and for our society, for justice, for our future, for democracy. That's it. Thank you.
Director Sheffield.
Just maybe, and again, not knowing where we're going with this tonight, it sounds like there is a desire to maybe continue this discussion. So it's not 10:51 at night. I want to repeat a little bit of what Director De La Cruz said about coming to us with what you need from us, whether it's resources, throw it at us. One other thing with the recommendations that were given tonight was some waiver suggestions. And I think I would like to see that too, because if we were going to have these waivers, that might sort of take away, remove some of the barriers that we have. One suggested proposed waiver was the graduation requirement be granted for a special day. And that's a big one. I think that there's probably other waivers, some suggestions tonight anyway. Maybe there's a way that we could look at that as well. If we're going to have you come back to us and again, maybe a list, we need this, we need this. I mean, you've heard the passion of this board tonight. You knew the passion when we made this proposal in 2020. and the support that was behind the board then. Some new members on the board, but I think the passion's still there.
I am going to suggest that we not take action this evening and that we give the superintendent and the team time to come back to us with this list of what resources and support are needed. I know we have some recommendations in front of us, but I would really love to just offer the time to identify what else needs to happen before we take any action. So we would need a motion to table this conversation.
A motion to table the item.
Second.
Thank you. So a motion to table this item was moved by Director McNally and seconded by Director De La Cruz. Roll call vote, please.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director Flores,
No.
Director Medina,
No.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you so much for all of the incredible work and the passion and dedication. It is so clear that no one wants to take the foot off this gas, and we can't be more grateful for the work that you're doing, Heather, and Tim, your support of Heather. And I can't wait until we have this conversation again with a little bit more time. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate all the questions. Have a very nice evening.
Thank you.
Okay, this brings us to item E7. It is 10:55 p.m. We still have to do several things. So item E7, approval of memorandum of understanding reached with Santa Rosa City Schools and Santa Rosa Teachers Association regarding preparation time and compensation for the 2023 summer programs. And I am handing this over to Assistant Superintendent Mike Shepard.
Thank you, President Manieri, Board, Superintendent Trinnell, those of you still awake. I'm pleased to present this collaborative effort with SRTA, and we're pleased to be able to offer this for this year to compensate our hardworking summer school teachers, afford them some prep time to create classes. And with that, I will entertain any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. Board members, are there any questions on this item? We will move to public comment. I have no blue cards, so we will move to remote attendees.
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item E7. Please raise your hand. Our first speaker is Deanna Oliveras.
Hi, Superintendent and Board. I know you can't answer my questions, but I'm kind of curious how many teachers that registered to teach summer school are white and which teachers are minorities that decided to teach summer school, because apparently from what Ms. De La Cruz has just suggested, that white teachers need to talk to other white teachers. So I'm wondering if white teachers are teaching minority students this summer, because that might be inappropriate. And if there is English learner summer school, or if the children are going to be segregated this summer school, because we want to make sure that English learners and minorities aren't congregating with white teachers and white students this summer. Thank you.
Thank you. And President Manieri, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you. This comes back to the board for any further questions, discussion, or motion. Director Flores has a question.
This is just a request for these MOUs. If we could have, the definitions as to what is the extended day rate, what is that? How much it is, you know? I know it's in the contract, but it would be kind of nice if it's spelled out here, what that is. And the daily rate, right? And the hourly rate. Just so that way we don't have to go back into the CBA and look for those items. Thank you.
Thank you. That request is noted, I'm sure. Are there any other questions or any discussion or a motion?
I'll move that we approve the MOU reached with Santa Rosa City Schools and SRTA regarding prep time and compensation for the 2023 summer programs.
Second.
That was moved by Vice President Medina and seconded by Director De La Cruz. Roll call vote, please.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye, thank you. Item E8, an action item, consider additional teleconferencing provisions. The board will consider adopting additional board teleconferencing provisions as specified in Assembly Bill 2449, and I will hand this over to Superintendent Tranel.
Thank you, Board President Manieri, members of the board, those are who are still with us. Thank you, in person and online. I'm bringing this back to the board for some additional consideration for the board to have additional opportunities and flexibility to be able to attend board meetings virtually, especially in case of an emergency or a last minute decision. We went over these in depth previously. This adds opportunities such as just cause and emergency circumstances that allow board members to attend beyond the posting of a board agenda. Currently, with the adoption of the Brown Act solely, if a board member does not provide information to me in advance of their location where they're going to be virtual and something happens after the date of our posted agenda, that board member will not be allowed to attend the board meeting at all. So this, again, coming back to the board, what this basically says is that you are continuing to adopt all that is under the Brown Act, plus these concessions that are available under AB 2449. And I hand that back to you, President Manieri.
Thank you, Superintendent Tranel. Are there any questions on this item? Director McNally.
If I'm remembering correctly, part of our reasoning for not adopting AB 2449 was that if we adopt it, then we are held to the rule that if we have technical difficulties, we have to stop the meeting.
That currently stands even under the Brown Act.
Okay, so I just wanted to bring that up again. I will support however the board is leaning, but that was part of our initial reasoning.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we will take public comment at this time. I have no blue cards, so we'll move to our remote attendees.
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item E8. Please raise your hand. There are no hands raised.
Thank you. This comes back to the board for discussion. Further questions or a motion? Director Flores has a question.
So do we have clarity as to how do we go about when we're not here? Because I'm very confused. Following both, AB 2449 and the Brown Act, can we have a written statement as to what are the steps? How many, how much time do we need, to let, the board know that we're not going to be here? And what's the procedures, right? Something that is easy to read.
Yes, we can provide those guidelines to you.
And to the public too.
We will also have to update the board policy around meetings. So that will have to come back with these stipulations. So all of that will be spelled out for the board.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, what we're being asked to do is to reconsider adopting 2449 rather than the Brown Act provisions and not both.
So the reason why it was an or last time is because with the new intentions of AB 2449, under AB 2449, you have all of the Brown Act plus the concessions. And at the time, the board was not interested overall in having the additional concessions. The concessions also come with limitations. You can only have up to 2 times for an emergency situation. After that, you are not allowed to, if there's an additional emergency situation, to attend the board meeting if you have to be virtual. So there are some limitations there. We will have to start a count of the dates of when a board member is virtual, because you will only be allowed to have that up to 3 times, right? So there are limitations, and I think that was ultimately part of where the board didn't want to go. The Brown Act itself, without the concessions, and there's a key word in the legislation, the word may, which is why the board had the option to do either or.
Just to
Dr.
clarify,
Medina.
I think the clarification or reason before was because we thought if you did one, you couldn't do the other. And my understanding now is that you do both, right? So you said virtual attendance, we have to keep track, but I think if I'm understanding correctly, we keep track of the situations that fall under AB 2449.
Correct.
Because if we post the address on the agenda, that's the Brown Act, and that doesn't count towards that.
The concessions under AB 2449 that are a part of the law now, it's not separate. The word may allows the board flexibility in whether you wanted to adopt those additional concessions. That's why it was an either or. What is still a given is all of the other concessions under the Brown Act. That stood even under and stands still under AB 2449. So that was the difference with the, as you can see in the comparison chart, under just the standard Brown Act, you don't have a limitation on how many times you can be in a teleconference format, as long as you give notice in advance so that your location can be posted on the agenda. What it doesn't allow for is emergency situations that rise past the time of the agenda posting.
Director Medina.
I'd like to move that the board adopt the additional board teleconferencing provisions as specified in Assembly Bill 2449.
Second.
Thank you. That was moved by Director Medina and seconded by Director De La Cruz. Roll call vote, please.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. And now we are on our consent items. Item F9 has been pulled by Vice President Medina, but we will also invite members of the public if they wish to speak on any of our F items. I don't have any blue cards on F items, so we will ask our remote attendees.
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on any of the consent agenda items. Those are the F items. Please raise your hand. President Manieri, there are no hands.
Thank you. So we need a motion for approving items 2 through 8, and we will come back to item 9.
Move to approve items F2 through F8.
Second.
Thank you. That was moved by Vice President Medina and seconded by Director De La Cruz. Roll call vote, please.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. And Director Medina, I will pass item F9 over to you.
Thank you. Well, I just had some questions. I think the understanding is that we have to transition to a new website, right? I think it's effective July 1st, but I wanted to find out what will be kind of included in this, what will change. Things that I'm interested in is there the possibility of having like earlier I mentioned that there was a lot of requests for like scholarship info, and I'm curious as we move to like reshaping the design, can we I've seen that lots of our schools have like different financial aid information all over the place. If we could kind of like centralize it where it's something that all our schools could access, like maybe in one centralized location. Things like with our sports, I wanted to find out, I saw that this company has a good calendar system and subscription to calendar system, will we be using those systems? And the other concern is staff training to how to use this completely new system, which goes into place in a very short period of time. So just some of those questions.
Thank you, Vice President Medina. Part of the decision of adopting the final site platform was to bring all our sites and the district office under the same platform. That would allow us to streamline training for staff to update the website. And part of the decision process was also selecting on the features that they were offering as part of the final site platform. So as you mentioned, there is opportunity to have a more robust calendaring system, for example. Now, I don't know how sites might use and what they might put online, but the idea of putting more information, for example, about scholarships is something that we can bring back and work on.
And I think the other part is like the calendar system. I feel like it's so different everywhere. It's not ever updated. And like, it seems like this has a good, effective system that could potentially benefit communication with parents, but that there's like district-wide stuff that could then be part of each school site. I'd like to know more about that.
Yeah, you're right. And currently we are supporting 2 different platforms for the district and the school websites. So there is a little bit of disconnect there for you. For example, a parent might experience if they go on a school website versus what we have centrally at the district office. So this, using the same platform would allow us to align the experience for our parents and families and help them with navigating, for example, the calendars. Also, transitioning from school site to school site, they would also be able to, go to a familiar website that looks the same, branded differently for the different school sites. So that was part of the decision. We don't really know how the final product will look like. We are just starting the transition right now. We can provide updates as we move closer to, the July 1st launch.
And I'm curious as to language access. Would it use the typical Google thing, or is there a different system?
Yeah, that was also part of the decision process. The final site platform does not implement Google Translate. Google Translate is, as you know, a free product offered by Google, and we don't know if it's going to be continue to be offered moving forward. It's kind of like, a free service that Google gives. Final Site actually offers a different translation service called WebGlot that we got as part of our package. So the website currently will offer a full translation service built into the platform for any language that our families might speak.
And obviously we have a lot of data that exists now. Will that be archived in some way that we could easily access and search? And also, will the hosting be like on some cloud, or will it be on our own servers?
Okay, the hosting will be offered by Final Site on their own cloud. So it's not self-hosted, but hosted by Final Site. I do not know what service they might host it on. My bet would be AWS, but it could also be any other sort of commercial cloud. Sorry, your first question was about content and migration. So all the current content that we have on our school websites will be migrated to the Final Site platform during this transition period. As we outline on the item, we plan to do the migration of these 25 school websites in the next 2 months so that we can keep them online after School Loop goes offline on June 30th. And after that, we are going to work on transitioning the district website. So all the content that is currently available online will be available afterwards.
Just the final thing that I'll say is that I don't know if we have it planned, but I think it'd be good, as many organizations have, like style guides that affect what the image that we put out there for everybody is, and so that all the school sites have that similar style guide. I think that'd be good and effective to have.
I agree. We, as part of this transition, we have also thought about a style guide. We are starting from a consistent branding of all the school websites. We are updating the colors that we use to theme each school website to, line up with the colors that they use. After that, we might continue to work, especially around logos and so on.
And one thing, I'm sorry, I forgot. I asked Superintendent Trunell, and I think he told us we have a social media policy. And I think I saw in this platform that it allows for, I think it was 4 or 5 social media like streams per, I think it was per school. And I'm wondering, do we plan on using those? And if so, would our social media policy need to be updated to work with this new site?
Even with our current website, we have multiple social media platforms. So it would be a continuation of what we're already doing. And also, technically speaking, we don't have any hired staff who are webmasters. We have staff people at school sites who get a stipend, extra pay. It could be a teacher, it could be an office person. We don't have webmasters per se. So I think that would have to be another angle at how we look at continued support for continuing to modernize our platforms and stay current and how we keep connected social media wise, for example. But we currently do, that already exists, and we'll continue to transition that over with our current accounts. And if there's anything further we would like to be interested in, we can look at that, but it'll take some intent, time, and training for that as well.
And do I recall mention that our site would entirely be down for a period of time? Like, no?
The current plan is no downtime.
Any more questions on this item? Okay, and we do not need to take public comment, so we are looking for a motion on this item.
I'll move to approve item F9.
Second.
Thank you. That was moved by Vice President Medina and seconded by Director Flores. Roll call vote, please.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye, thank you. Next is GI approval of emergency board meeting held on April 12th, 2023. It's not an emergency board meeting. Okay, of the regular board meeting. Oh, sorry, I copied and pasted that incorrectly. Of the regular board meeting held on April 12th, 2023.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. That was moved by Vice President Medina and seconded by Director McNally. Roll call vote, please.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Abstain?
Director Flores.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Abstain. Thank you. Are there any board member requests for information at this time? Okay, seeing none, there is a list of information items listed in our packet, which include our school site reports from Hidden Valley Elementary School and Santa Rosa French American Charter School, a Sonoma County Office of Education letter with our 2022-23 second interim and standard reminders, and a Williams Settlement quarterly report. And at this time, before we adjourn, the board will recess to closed session to continue our closed session conversation. We will return when we are done and provide a report on any action items taken in closed session, and then we will adjourn the meeting. So the board is coming back from closed session, and we are back in open session, and we have no actions to report on from closed session. So that brings us to our adjournment. But before we adjourn, Superintendent Chernow, are there any last announcements?
Good night.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.